The bottle sat on the kitchen table like a loaded weapon. Jack Dalton stared at it through the pre-dawn darkness of his Montana ranch house, counting the hours since his last drink. 72. 3 days of shaking hands and cold sweats, and a mind that wouldn't stop replaying the accident. The way Catherine's car had looked, twisted metal wrapped around that pine tree on Highway 89, windshield shattered into 1,000 pieces that caught the moonlight like diamonds. The way her coffee mug had still been in the cup holder, somehow intact, still half full. The way the sheriff had knocked on his door at 2 in the morning, hat in his hands, eyes full of that particular sadness reserved for delivering the worst news a man can hear. Jack had been drunk when the knock came, too drunk to drive to the hospital, too drunk to identify the body himself. Sarah, only 17 then, had been the one to go with the sheriff. His teenage daughter had stood in that morgue and confirmed that yes, that was Catherine Marie Dalton, wife and mother, lying cold on a steel table. Jack hadn't been there, hadn't been sober, hadn't been the man his family needed him to be. That had been 2 years ago. 730 days of waking up alone in a bed that still smelled like her perfume, even though he'd washed the sheets 100 times. 730 days of his daughter Sarah looking at him with eyes that held more disappointment than a 19-year-old should have to carry. 730 days of knowing that his wife had died angry with him, had driven off into the night after an argument about money and failure, and all the ways he'd let their family down, and the last words he'd said to her had been cruel ones he couldn't take back. Jack was 52 years old, a former Marine Scout sniper with 2 tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan under his belt, and he couldn't even keep his own ranch from falling apart. 20 years he'd served his country, 20 years of being the best at what he did, putting crosshairs on targets from distances that seemed impossible, making shots that saved lives and took them with equal precision. He'd been good at war, better than good. He'd been exceptional. But war skills didn't translate to ranch management. Knowing how to kill a man at 800 yards didn't help when the cattle got sick, or the hay prices crashed, or the bank came calling with foreclosure notices. The morning light crept through the kitchen window, illuminating the stack of papers he'd been avoiding for weeks. Bank notices, foreclosure warnings, final demands printed in bold red letters that seemed to mock every decision he'd made since coming home from the war 15 years ago. $90,000 owed, 30 days to pay or lose everything. The ranch had been in Catherine's family for 3 generations. Her grandfather had homesteaded this land in 1947, built it from nothing, survived drought and depression, and every hardship Montana could throw at a rancher. Now Jack was going to be the one to lose it, to end a legacy because he couldn't stop drinking long enough to make the business work. He reached for the bottle, felt the cool glass against his palm. Just one drink, just enough to quiet the noise in his head, the voice that kept telling him he'd failed at everything that mattered. Failed as a husband, failed as a father, failed as a rancher, failed as a man. The floorboards creaked behind him. Sarah stood in the doorway of the kitchen, still in her pajamas, her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. She looked so much like Catherine it hurt to breathe. Same green eyes, same stubborn set to her jaw, same way of looking right through him and seeing all the things he tried to hide. "It's 4 in the morning, Dad." Her voice carried no emotion. That was worse than anger. Anger he could handle. Anger meant she still cared enough to fight. This flat, empty tone meant she'd given up on him. Jack set the bottle down, pushed it away from him across the scarred wood of the table. Couldn't sleep. "You haven't slept in 2 years." She moved into the kitchen, started the coffee maker with practiced efficiency. The gurgle and hiss of the machine filled the silence between them. Sarah was home on spring break from Montana Tech, where she studied geology on a full scholarship. Smart as hell, his daughter. Smarter than he'd ever been. She had her mother's brains and his stubbornness, which meant she was going to make something of herself despite having a drunk for a father. "I'm trying," Jack said quietly. Sarah poured 2 cups of coffee, set one in front of him without meeting his eyes. "You've been trying for 2 years. Mom would be ashamed." The words hit like a punch to the gut. Jack opened his mouth to respond, but Sarah was already walking away, coffee cup in hand, shoulders tight with tension she was too young to carry. He heard her bedroom door close with a soft click that was somehow louder than if she'd slammed it. He sat alone in the growing light, the unopened bottle on one side of him, the stack of foreclosure notices on the other, and wondered which one would kill him first. The sound of a vehicle coming up the long gravel driveway pulled him from his spiral. Jack moved to the window, instincts from 20 years of military service kicking in automatically. Old habits. Always know who's approaching. Always have an exit strategy. Always be ready. A sedan, not local, moved slowly up the drive. Jack watched a man in a suit step out, briefcase in hand, looking completely out of place against the backdrop of pasture and mountains. Lawyer, probably, or bank representative. Someone else coming to tell him his world was ending. Jack met him at the door before he could knock. The man was young, maybe 30, with the kind of earnest face that suggested he still believed in things like justice and fairness. "Mr. Jack Dalton." "That's me. I'm Robert Chen, attorney with Henderson and Associates out of Billings. I have some documents that require your signature and immediate attention." Jack's jaw tightened. "If this is about the ranch, I've got 30 days before foreclosure. I know my rights." Chen shook his head. "Sir, I'm not here about your property. I'm here about an inheritance." The word didn't make sense. Jack had no family left except Sarah. His father had died in 1995, his mother a year later. No siblings, no aunts or uncles that he knew of. Catherine's family had cut them off after she married a Marine with no money and fewer prospects. "I think you've got the wrong Dalton." Chen opened his briefcase, pulled out a thick manila envelope. "Are you the son of Thomas James Dalton, born 1945, died 1995, served in the United States Marine Corps from 1966 to 1970? Jack's throat went dry. Nobody had spoken his father's full name in years. "Yeah, that was my dad." "Then these are for you." The envelope was heavy. Jack took it with hands that had started shaking again, but not from alcohol withdrawal this time. Chen produced a pen, indicated 3 places where Jack needed to sign. Property transfer documents, deed acknowledgement, legal acceptance of inheritance. "What exactly am I inheriting?" 400 acres of land in the Absaroka Range, approximately 40 miles northeast of here. The property was owned by Henry Morrison, who passed away in late February 2025. The estate went through expedited probate given the clear documentation Mr. Morrison left. He specified in his will that the land and all contents thereof be transferred to you upon his death. "I don't know any Henry Morrison." Chen's expression softened slightly. "According to the documents, Mr. Morrison served with your father in Vietnam. He specified in his will that you were the son of his brother in arms, and therefore entitled to his estate. The property transfer was finalized yesterday, which is why I'm here this morning." Jack signed the papers in a daze. Brother in arms. The phrase stirred something in his memory, fragments of stories his father had told before the cancer took him. Stories about the war, about men who became family in the jungle, about bonds forged in blood and fire that never broke, even across decades and distance. "There's more," Chen said, reaching into the envelope. He pulled out a small cardboard box, opened it to reveal a bronze challenge coin. Jack recognized it immediately. Marine Recon. Vietnam era. The metal was worn smooth from years of handling, the insignia barely visible. Beneath the coin was a handwritten note on yellowed paper. Jack's hands trembled as he unfolded it. The handwriting was shaky but precise. The letters formed with the careful discipline of a man used to writing field reports. Jack, I served with your father in '68. Key San. He saved my life twice. I tried to save his once, nearly died in the attempt. Semper Fi means we watch our brothers' families when they can't. What's buried on that land was earned with blood and protected with patience. Don't let them take it. The fight isn't over. Use what I left you to finish what your father started. H. Morrison. Jack read the note 3 times, trying to make sense of words that felt like they were written in code. What fight? What was buried? His father had been a Marine rifleman, not a treasure hunter. He'd come home from Vietnam with medals he never wore and nightmares he never talked about, worked construction for 25 years, and died owing more than he owned. Mr. Dalton, Chen's voice pulled him back. Do you have any questions? Yeah, what the hell is actually on this land? Chen shrugged. I'm just the attorney handling the estate transfer. Mr. Morrison was very private. He lived alone for over 40 years. No utilities except a generator. No phone. No visitors that anyone can recall. The property has never been surveyed or developed. As far as public records show, it's just remote mountain terrain. Jack looked at the deed, 400 acres, property taxes paid in full through 2030, a cabin described as rustic but structurally sound, no mortgage, no liens, clean title. It was more than he'd owned in his entire life. Chen cleared his throat. There's one more item. He pulled a small metal key from the envelope, old and heavy, the kind that opened serious locks. This was with Mr. Morrison's personal effects, no indication what it opens. Jack took the key, felt its weight in his palm. The metal was warm as if someone had been holding it recently. He turned it over, saw tiny engravings along the shaft. Numbers maybe, or coordinates. Hard to tell without better light. After Chen left, Jack sat at the kitchen table with the deed, the note, the coin, and the key spread in front of him. The bottle of whiskey sat forgotten at the edge of the table. For the first time in 2 years, he wasn't thinking about drinking. He was thinking about his father, about a man named Henry Morrison who lived alone in the mountains for 40 years, protecting something with enough value that he'd spent half a century guarding it. Sarah emerged from her room an hour later, found him still sitting there, staring at the documents. What's all that? Jack explained about the lawyer, the inheritance, the mysterious note. Sarah picked up the challenge coin, examined it with the careful attention she brought to everything. She was a geology major, trained to look at details, to see patterns in things that appeared random. Henry Morrison, she said slowly. I've heard that name. From where? I'm not sure, something in my research. She pulled out her phone, started typing. I do a lot of historical geology work, studying old mining claims and land surveys. Morrison. She went still, eyes widening as she read something on her screen. Dad, holy shit. Dad, look at this. Jack moved around the table to look over her shoulder. Sarah had pulled up a scanned newspaper article from the Billings Gazette, dated 1989. The headline read, Recluse Prospector Fights Off Corporate Claim Jumpers. The article described how Henry Morrison, described as a Vietnam veteran and independent prospector, had successfully defended his property against an attempted hostile takeover by a mining company. Details were vague, but the article mentioned that Morrison had filed multiple assault charges and that the company had withdrawn its claim after what was described as an extended legal battle. There's more, Sarah said, fingers flying across her phone screen. Look at this. Geological Survey from 1974, filed by Morrison, Henry J. Subject, Platinum Group Metal Deposits of Soroka Range. Jack didn't know much about geology, but he knew enough to understand that platinum was valuable. Very valuable. Sarah was already pulling up more information. Dad, platinum group metals. We're talking about some of the rarest elements on Earth. If Morrison found a deposit and filed claims on it, this could be worth millions, tens of millions depending on the concentration. And he left it to me. To you, but why, and why now? Jack picked up Morrison's note again, read the words more carefully. Don't let them take it. The fight isn't over. Someone wanted this land badly enough to try to take it by force in 1989, Jack said slowly. Morrison fought them off. Now he's dead, and he's passing the fight to me. Sarah met his eyes, and for the first time in 2 years, he saw something other than disappointment in her gaze. He saw excitement, purpose, the same look her mother used to get when she was on the trail of something important. We need to go see this property, Sarah said. Today, now, before anyone else finds out you've inherited it. Jack thought about the foreclosure notices, the failing ranch, the bottle on the table he'd almost opened at 4 in the morning. Then he thought about his father, about a Marine named Henry Morrison who'd spent 50 years protecting something valuable enough to fight for, and had trusted Jack to finish the job. He picked up the deed, folded it carefully, and put it in his pocket along with the key and the challenge coin. Pack a bag, he told Sarah. We leave in an hour. The drive to Morrison's property took them deep into country Jack had never explored, even though he'd lived in Montana his whole life. They followed GPS coordinates north and east, leaving paved roads behind after the first hour, navigating dirt tracks that grew progressively narrower and rougher. The Soroka Range rose around them, peaks still capped with snow despite it being March. Pine forests gave way to aspen groves, then to high country meadows, where early spring flowers pushed through the last remnants of winter. The truck climbed higher with each mile, engine straining on grades steep enough that Jack had to shift into low gear. They passed abandoned homesteads from the 1800s, log cabins collapsed into themselves, barbed wire fences rusted and fallen, evidence of dreams that had died in these mountains long before either of them was born. Montana was full of such ghosts, people who'd come seeking fortune or freedom and found only isolation and hardship. Jack wondered if Morrison had known about these failed settlements, if he'd chosen his land precisely, because it had defeated everyone else who tried to tame it. Sarah navigated while Jack drove, calling out directions from the survey maps she'd downloaded to her phone. She'd spent the hour before they left researching Henry Morrison, building a profile of a man neither of them had known existed until that morning. Her geology textbook sat in the back seat alongside camping gear Jack had thrown together from old Marine Corps surplus, sleeping bags, MREs, water purification tablets. The habits of 20 years in service died hard. Always be prepared. Always have an exit strategy. Always pack for the worst-case scenario. He was born in 1946, Sarah said, reading from her phone. Enlisted in the Marines in 1966, right out of high school. Served as a recon Marine in Vietnam from 67 to 70. Awarded Bronze Star for valor, Purple Heart for wounds received in action. Discharged in 1970, disappeared from public records until 1974 when he filed his first mining claim. What happened between 70 and 74? No idea, ghost. Then suddenly he's filing geological surveys claiming mineral rights, living alone in the mountains, never married, no children on record. Died February 15, 2025, cause of death listed as pneumonia. Body found in his cabin 3 days after death. Jack gripped the steering wheel tighter. 3 days. Morrison had died alone, no one close enough to hear if he called for help. It was the kind of death a lot of veterans feared. Isolated, forgotten, dying with secrets no one would ever know. The article from 1989, Sarah continued. The company that tried to take his land was called Vance Extraction Industries. I looked them up. They're still in business. Big operation. Corporate headquarters in Denver. CEO is a guy named Marcus Vance, former Army Ranger officer, retired with colonel rank, built the company from nothing in the 1970s. Same time period Morrison was filing his claims. Exactly. Dad, what if Morrison and this Vance guy knew each other? What if they were partners or competitors or something that went wrong? Jack didn't answer. He was too busy navigating a switchback that dropped off into a canyon on one side, sheer rock face on the other. The truck bounced over ruts deep enough to swallow the tires. They climbed higher, the air thinning, temperature dropping. They found the property boundary marker 2 hours after leaving the paved road. A metal post with a faded sign. Morrison Claim S 1974. Private property. No trespassing. Below that, more recent addition. Trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot again. Friendly guy, Sarah muttered. The cabin sat another mile beyond the boundary marker, nestled in a natural bowl surrounded by granite outcroppings and pine forest. It was larger than Jack expected, built from solid logs, the kind of construction meant to last. Not a shack, not some temporary shelter. This was a home someone had built to survive in, to defend if necessary. Jack parked the truck and stepped out into mountain silence. The air was thin and cold, carrying the scent of pine and melting snow. No sounds of civilization. No distant highway noise, no aircraft overhead, nothing but wind through trees and the chatter of a creek somewhere nearby. Sarah stood beside him, taking in the cabin with the same analytical gaze she probably used in her geology classes. Look at the construction. Those logs are probably 18 inches thick. Windows are small, reinforced. That's not just for weather. That's tactical. She was right. Jack's military training recognized it immediately. The cabin was positioned for maximum visibility of approaches. Small windows meant smaller targets for anyone shooting from outside. Heavy door, probably reinforced from inside. Morrison hadn't just built a home, he'd built a fortress. They approached cautiously. Jack tried the door, found it locked with a deadbolt that looked like it could stop a battering ram. He pulled out the key the lawyer had given him, half expecting it not to fit. But it slid smoothly into the lock, turned with well-oiled precision. The interior was clean, not dusty and abandoned like Jack had expected, but organized, almost military in its efficiency. Single bed neatly made, small kitchen area with hand pump for water, wood stove, shelves lined with books, most of them about geology, mineralogy, mining techniques. A workbench covered with rock samples, magnifying equipment, detailed notebooks. The walls were decorated with Marine Corps memorabilia, unit photos, medals in frames, maps of Vietnam with various locations marked, and prominently displayed above the fireplace, a photograph of 2 young Marines in combat gear, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning despite the dirt and exhaustion on their faces. Jack moved closer, felt his breath catch. One of the Marines in the photo was clearly Henry Morrison. Younger, maybe 22 or 23, but the same intense eyes, same lean build. The other Marine looked familiar in a way that made Jack's chest tight. Sarah stood beside him studying the photo. Dad, that's Grandpa. She was right. Thomas Dalton, 23 years old, 1968, somewhere in Vietnam with a brother in arms who would protect his son 50 years later. Jack found himself touching the challenge coin in his pocket, feeling the connection across generations. Morrison had kept this photo for over 50 years, had looked at it every day probably. A reminder of who he'd been, what he'd fought for, who he'd made promises to. Sarah was already exploring, moving through the cabin with purpose. "Dad, there's something weird about this place." "The whole thing is weird." "No, I mean structurally. Look at the floor plan. This cabin is maybe 400 square feet, right? But check the exterior dimensions." She pulled out her phone, used a measuring app. "The outside is bigger than the inside, by a lot." Jack looked around with fresh eyes. She was right. The cabin exterior was at least 6 feet longer than the interior wall suggested. "Hidden room," he said. They started searching, checking walls, looking for seams or irregularities. Sarah found it behind a bookshelf that moved on hidden hinges when she pressed a certain point on the frame. The shelf swung out, revealing a door with another lock. Jack tried the same key. It fit this lock too, turned smoothly. The door opened into a room that made his pulse quicken. Morrison's real workspace. Walls covered with topographical maps, each one marked with colored pins and detailed notes in handwriting so precise it looked like it had been done with drafting tools. Satellite imagery printed on expensive photo paper, annotated with coordinates and geological formations. Survey maps dating back to 1974, showing how Morrison had systematically explored every acre of his 400-acre claim over the course of 50 years. And in the center of the room, a large table with 8 locations marked on a master map of the property, each location labeled with a different color: red, blue, green, yellow, purple, orange, white, black. The table itself was covered with core samples, rock split open to reveal crystalline structures inside, ruby formations that caught the lamplight and threw red shadows across the walls, sapphire deposits that gleamed blue and deep, garnets like drops of frozen blood, each sample carefully labeled with extraction coordinates, depth, estimated purity, and projected value. Sarah moved to the table, began examining the maps and samples with professional intensity that reminded Jack so much of Catherine it hurt. His wife had had that same focused intelligence, that ability to see patterns and connections that others missed. Sarah had inherited her mother's mind along with her determination. "These are mineral survey markers," Sarah said, her voice tight with excitement or fear or both. "Each color probably represents a different deposit type. Look, here's the notation. Red equals ruby deposits, blue equals sapphire, green equals emerald, yellow equals gold concentrations, purple equals platinum group metals. Those are gemstones. Rare gemstones. And look at the concentrations Morrison noted. If these surveys are accurate, we're not talking about small deposits. These are mother lodes. Each site could be worth tens of millions." Jack felt dizzy. He'd inherited land he thought might have some platinum. Instead, Morrison had mapped 8 separate mining sites, each containing precious gems or metals worth a fortune. On the wall above the table, another note in Morrison's handwriting. "What's buried here was earned with blood in 1974, protected with patience for 50 years. They'll come for it when they learn it's changing hands. Trust no one. Marines watch their own. Semper Fidelis." "Who's they?" Sarah asked quietly. Before Jack could answer, lights swept across the cabin windows. Vehicle lights. Multiple vehicles moving fast up the access road. Jack's instincts fired. He moved to the window, staying low, using skills he hadn't needed in 15 years. Through the trees he counted headlights. 3 trucks, maybe 4. Professional formation, not locals, not lost hikers. "Sarah, get away from the windows." "Dad, what?" "Now." The authority in his voice moved her. She ducked behind the heavy table as Jack grabbed his rifle from the truck, blessed the fact that he'd brought it out of habit. Former Marines didn't go into unknown territory unarmed. The vehicle stopped 50 yards from the cabin, outside effective rifle range but close enough to make their presence clear. Doors opened. Men stepped out, at least 8 of them, all moving with military precision. They wore civilian clothes, but Jack recognized operators when he saw them. Private security, maybe former military themselves. One man stepped forward from the group, moving with the confidence of someone used to command. Tall, silver-haired, probably late 50s. He stood in the glare of the truck headlights and raised his hands to show he was unarmed. His voice carried clearly across the distance. "Mr. Dalton, I'm Marcus Vance. I'm not here for trouble, I'm here to prevent it. I knew Henry Morrison. We served together. I need 10 minutes of your time to discuss a business opportunity that benefits both of us." Sarah looked at Jack, eyes wide. Marcus Vance. The same name from the 1989 newspaper article. The man who tried to take Morrison's land by force 36 years ago was standing outside the cabin right now. Jack kept his rifle ready but didn't point it. "How'd you know I'd be here?" "Property transfer records are public, Mr. Dalton. I've had alerts set for decades, waiting for Morrison to die or sell. When the deed transferred to your name this morning, I received notification. I apologize for the intrusion, but time is important in these matters. You brought 8 men for a business discussion." "I brought security because Morrison was paranoid and violent. I didn't know if you'd inherited his personality along with his land. The men stay outside. I'll come to your door alone, unarmed. 10 minutes, that's all I ask." Jack made a decision based on instinct and training. Leave your men where they are. You can approach, slow, hands visible. Marcus Vance walked toward the cabin with steady, measured steps, hands at his sides, palms open. As he got closer, Jack could see him more clearly. Expensive outdoor gear, custom boots, the bearing of a career officer, distinguished service cross pinned to his jacket, Army Ranger's tab on his shoulder. This wasn't some corporate raider. This was a warrior who'd built an empire. Jack opened the door but didn't invite Vance inside. They stood facing each other across the threshold, 2 military men sizing each other up, recognizing the training and experience in each other's posture. "Gunnery Sergeant Dalton," Vance said, his voice carrying the particular authority of a career officer. "Iraq, 2005 to 2007, attached to 1st Marine Division during the worst of the insurgency. Afghanistan, 2009, embedded with classified operations. Scout sniper with a record that speaks for itself. 2 Bronze Stars. Navy Cross for actions you never discuss. Honorable discharge 2010 after 20 years of exemplary service. You've had a harder time since coming home than you did in combat. Lost your wife Catherine 2 years ago in what was officially ruled a single-vehicle accident on Highway 89. Ranch failing, inherited from her family, 3 generations of history about to end. Bank threatening foreclosure in exactly 28 days. Daughter Sarah at Montana Tech on full academic scholarship because you can't afford tuition despite her perfect grades. I've done my research, Sergeant. I know exactly who you are. I know what you're capable of. And I know you're smart enough to recognize when you're outmatched." Jack felt cold settle in his gut. The level of detail wasn't public record. This was active surveillance, the kind that required resources and time and connections that went beyond simple background checks. "You've been watching me. I've been watching this property for 36 years every day, waiting for Morrison to die or sell or make a mistake. You became relevant exactly 12 hours ago when the property transfer went through. Within 6 hours, I had a complete dossier on your life, your service, your failures, your daughter's future, everything. Vance's expression didn't soften, but something flickered in his eyes that might have been understanding. I'm not your enemy, Sergeant, though I could be if you force it. I'm here to solve both our problems before they become bigger than either of us can handle. Morrison left you land that's nothing but trouble. Remote. Undevelopable in any practical sense. Probably has some minor mineral deposits, but extraction costs in terrain this rugged would exceed any realistic profit margin. 400 acres of beautiful wilderness that will bleed you dry in property taxes, maintenance, and legal fees, while you watch your actual ranch get foreclosed on. Sounds like you don't want it very bad. I want the history resolved. Morrison and I served together in Vietnam. Different units, but we crossed paths. After the war, we partnered on prospecting work. We discovered mineral deposits on this property in 1974, filed joint claims. We had an agreement to develop it together, 50-50 split. Vance paused, jaw tightening. Morrison had severe PTSD. It destroyed his judgment. He refiled the claims in his name only, cut me out of our partnership. I could have fought him in court, but he was a brother Marine. I respected his service. I waited for him to come to his senses. I waited 50 years. Generous of you. It was loyalty, something Morrison forgot. Now he's dead and he's passed his paranoia to you. I'm offering you $5 million cash for the entire property. That's more money than a failing rancher with a daughter in college could make in 5 lifetimes. Take it, walk away, save your ranch, give your daughter a future, or, Vance's eyes hardened, we can do this through the courts. I have the original partnership documents. I have witnesses. I'll win eventually. But it'll take years and cost you everything you have left in legal fees. This is the easy way. Jack studied the man in front of him. Vance believed what he was saying, that much was clear. But there was something underneath the reasonable tone, something desperate hidden behind the confidence. A man who'd waited 50 years for something didn't offer $5 million if the real value was small. Why now? Jack asked. Morrison died 3 months ago. You could have approached any time. Why wait until I showed up? Because the property transfer made it official. Because I wanted to see what kind of man Morrison chose as his heir. And because, Vance hesitated, because I'm getting old. I want this resolved before I die. I want the partnership honored even if Morrison isn't here to split it with. Call it closure. Call it a warrior's need to finish his mission. But I'm offering you more money than that land is worth, and I'm offering it tonight. Sarah's voice came from inside the cabin, quiet but firm. The land is worth $300 million minimum based on the survey maps we found. You're offering $5 million for $300 million in gemstones. That's not generosity. That's theft. Vance's expression flickered, surprise and something darker. The girl's done her research. I'm a geology major, Sarah said, stepping into view but staying behind her father. Morrison documented everything, every deposit, every assay, every mineral concentration. He knew exactly what he had, and he spent 50 years making sure people like you couldn't take it. People like me. Vance's voice went cold. I'm the one who discovered those deposits. Morrison and I together 1974. We bled in the same war. We prospected the same mountains. I have as much right to this land as he did. More because I've built an entire company on the promise of developing it legally and ethically. Morrison just hoarded it, sitting on wealth that could have created jobs, supported communities, built something meaningful. While you got rich off other people's claims, Jack said quietly. Vance's jaw clenched. I built Vance Extraction Industries from nothing. I've created 2,000 jobs across 6 states. I've developed mineral resources responsibly and profitably. I turned war skills into civilian success. Morrison turned war trauma into paranoid isolation. We both came home broken. I healed. He didn't. Don't let his sickness infect you. Jack felt the challenge coin in his pocket, felt the weight of his father's photograph on the wall behind him. felt the legacy of two Marines who'd survived hell together and somehow ended up on opposite sides of a 50-year conflict. "Morrison left this to me," Jack said. "That means something. It means he was crazy and desperate. It means he picked a stranger to spite me. You're a pawn in a 50-year grudge match between two old men who couldn't let go of the war. Don't die for Morrison's paranoia." "I'm not planning to die at all." Vance studied him for a long moment. "You're making a mistake, Gunnery Sergeant. I tried the courteous approach. I respected Morrison's service by waiting until he was dead. I'm respecting yours by offering you a fortune for land you don't understand and can't protect. Next time we talk, it won't be business. It'll be legal warfare, and I have more lawyers than you have bullets." He turned and walked back to his vehicles, movement still controlled but radiating anger now. The 8 men climbed into trucks, engines starting in coordinated precision. Before driving away, Vance rolled down his window. "You have 48 hours to reconsider. After that, I file adverse possession claims based on the original partnership. Your inheritance will be tied up in court for the next decade. Think about your daughter, Dalton. Think about what Morrison's really left you. It's not a fortune. It's a curse." The trucks disappeared into the darkness, taillights fading until only forest and starlight remained. Jack locked the cabin door, checked all the windows, made sure the defensive positions Morrison had built into the structure were as solid as they appeared. Old habits. Always secure your position. Always prepare for the next attack. Sarah sat at Morrison's table, studying the maps with the intensity she probably brought to her geology exams. "He's going to come back." "Yeah. With more than 8 men next time." "Probably." "Dad, we're sitting on $300 million in gemstones. Men like Vance don't walk away from that kind of money." Jack pulled out his phone, checked the signal. 1 bar, barely enough. He texted Sheriff Cruz, a friend from his Marine days who'd ended up in law enforcement. Brief message, at Morrison property, had visit from Marcus Vance, might need backup. The reply came 5 minutes later. "Vance is bad news. Powerful, connected. Watch your 6, brother." Jack put the phone away, looked at his daughter in the lamplight of Morrison's cabin. She'd been right that morning. He'd been trying to get sober for 2 years and failing, trying to save the ranch and failing, trying to be a father and failing at that too. But sitting here, in this cabin built by a Marine who'd protected his father in Vietnam and protected Jack's inheritance for 50 years, feeling the weight of the challenge coin in his pocket and the scope of the mission Morrison had passed to him, Jack felt something he hadn't felt since Catherine died. "Purpose." "We're not selling," he said quietly. Sarah looked up, met his eyes. "They killed Morrison, I'm sure of it. Pneumonia doesn't kill a healthy 78-year-old man in 3 days, not without help." "I know. They probably killed Mom too. If she was researching property records, family history, she might have found connections to Morrison, to this land. They couldn't let her expose it before Morrison died and the inheritance transferred." Jack's hands clenched into fists. He'd spent 2 years thinking Catherine's death was his fault, that their fight had sent her driving angry into a fatal accident. The possibility that she'd been murdered, that her death was part of a 50-year war over gemstones and greed, made the grief sharper and the rage cleaner. "Tomorrow we search every one of those 8 sites," Jack said. "We document everything. We photograph every deposit, every mineral sample, every piece of evidence Morrison collected. We build a case so strong that Vance can't win in court even with all his lawyers. And then we finish what Morrison started. We develop this land the right way. We honor the legacy he left us. We make sure your mom didn't die for nothing." Sarah nodded slowly. Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. That's what it means. Morrison was faithful to my father's memory for 50 years. I can be faithful to Morrison's mission for however long it takes. They spent the rest of the night in Morrison's cabin, taking turns on watch, reading through his journals and surveys, beginning to understand the scope of what they'd inherited. Not just land, not just wealth, but a responsibility that stretched across generations, a mission that connected Marines who'd bled together in 1968 to children who'd never met them in 2025. Jack stood watch at 4 in the morning, the same time he'd almost opened that bottle back at his ranch, the same time he'd been staring at foreclosure notices and feeling like a failure. Now he stood guard over $300 million in gemstones, over his daughter sleeping peacefully for the first time in years, over a legacy that demanded he be better than he'd been. The mountains were silent around him. Somewhere in that silence, Jack heard the echo of his father's voice, telling stories about Vietnam and brotherhood and promises that didn't end when the war did. Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Jack was done failing. The fight had just begun. Dawn broke over the Absaroka Range with the kind of clarity that only exists at high altitude. Jack stood on the porch of Morrison's cabin, coffee cup warming his hands, watching the sun paint the granite peaks in shades of gold and rose. He'd slept in 3-hour shifts, trading watch with Sarah, both of them unable to fully rest knowing that Marcus Vance was out there somewhere, planning his next move. The 48-hour deadline ticked in Jack's mind like a bomb countdown. 46 hours left before Vance filed whatever legal paperwork would tie them up in court for years. Sarah emerged from the cabin, her own coffee steaming in the cold morning air. She'd been up for the past hour reading Morrison's journals by lamplight, piecing together the story of a man who'd spent 50 years alone in these mountains, protecting a fortune he never spent. Her eyes had the red-rimmed look of someone who'd been crying, though she'd deny it if asked. Reading about Morrison's isolation, his paranoia, his dedication to a promise made to a dead brother Marine, had affected her more than she wanted to admit. "Dad, we need to talk about Mom." Jack felt his chest tighten. They'd barely spoken Catherine's name in 2 years. The grief was too raw, the guilt too heavy, the shame of being drunk when she died too crushing to bear examination. But Sarah had that determined set to her jaw that meant she wasn't going to let it go this time. She had her mother's stubborn refusal to leave difficult things unexamined. What about her? Morrison's journal from 3 years ago, he mentions her, by name, multiple times. Sarah held up one of the leather-bound notebooks, her finger marking a page, her hand trembling slightly. "Dad, I've been reading these journals all night. Morrison was watching our family. He knew about Mom's research. He tried to warn her. Listen to this." She read aloud, her voice cracking on certain words but pushing through with the determination Jack recognized from her mother. March 15, 2022. Tom Dalton's daughter-in-law came to the county record's office today. Catherine Marie Dalton, age 43, married to Jack Dalton for 22 years. The clerk recognized her from previous visits and called me as a courtesy, asked if I wanted to contest the release of documents she'd requested. Freedom of Information Act filing for all geological surveys and mining claims filed between 1970 and 1980 in this region, specifically those involving partnership agreements or disputes. I said no. If Tom's family is searching for answers about their heritage, about connections they don't understand, they deserve to find them. But I warned the clerk to be discreet. Marcus has informants everywhere. In every county office, every title company, every geological survey department. He spent 50 years building a surveillance network designed to alert him the moment anyone gets close to these deposits. If Catherine Dalton keeps digging, if she connects me to her late father-in-law, if she starts asking questions about the 1974 partnership, she'll attract attention I can't protect her from at this distance." Sarah's voice broke completely. She took a breath, steadied herself, continued reading. March 22, 2022. Catherine Dalton returned to the county office today. She's found the connection. Found records showing Tom Dalton and I served in the same unit, same timeframe, Vietnam 1968. She's asking questions about why Tom never mentioned me, why I never contacted the family after Tom died in 1995. The clerk gave her my mailing address at my request. I'm writing her a letter tonight, warning her. Telling her enough truth to make her stop, but not so much truth that she becomes a target Marcus can't ignore. I should have done this years ago. Should have reached out after Tom died, explained the legacy I was protecting for his son. But I was afraid. Afraid of Marcus. Afraid of putting civilians in danger. Afraid that my 50 years of paranoid isolation had made me incapable of human connection. Now Tom's daughter-in-law is searching for answers I can't safely give her. Sarah set down that journal, picked up another one, flipped to an entry marked with a torn piece of paper. Her hands were shaking worse now. Jack wanted to stop her, to take the journals away, to not hear what was coming. But he couldn't move, couldn't speak, could only listen as his daughter read his wife's death sentence in Morrison's careful handwriting. March 29, 2022. Catherine Dalton died last night. Single vehicle accident on Highway 89 between Billings and her ranch, approximately 11:47 p.m. according to the incident report I obtained through my contact at the sheriff's department. The official story is driver error. She lost control on a curve she'd driven 10,000 times before, overcorrected, hit a tree at approximately 55 miles per hour. Death was instantaneous according to the coroner, but I know that road, I know that curve. It's not dangerous unless your vehicle is malfunctioning, and I know Marcus Vance. I know his methods. I know how he eliminates problems without leaving evidence that points back to him. Sarah turned to the next page, her voice barely a whisper now. I called my contact at the sheriff's department this morning, asked specific questions about the accident scene. Vehicle inspection showed brake fluid present but levels lower than expected. Brake lines showed signs of wear consistent with age, according to the mechanic who examined the wreck. But I've seen brake lines cut before. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, covert operations where you need a death to look accidental. You don't cut them completely. You score them, weaken them. Let vibration and pressure finish the job. The fluid leaks slowly over hours or days. By the time the driver needs to stop suddenly, there's nothing left. The brakes fail. The crash looks like driver error or mechanical failure from age. No evidence of tampering because the cut lines are destroyed in the impact. Sarah had to stop, her throat working, tears running down her face now. Jack moved to her, pulled her close, and they stood together reading the next entry that Morrison had written with a shaking hand. I should have done more. Should have confronted Marcus directly. Should have warned Catherine in person instead of relying on a letter that probably never reached her in time. Tom Dalton's son just lost his wife the same way others have lost loved ones who got too close to the truth. Robert Hendricks in 1995, geologist who noticed the same platinum indicators I'd filed. His car went off a cliff in Colorado. Amanda Chen in 2003, county clerk who started asking too many questions about the 1974 partnership documents. House fire. Gas leak, they said. Michael Torres in 2018, my own attorney who I'd hired to update my will. Heart attack at age 47 with no previous cardiac history. And now Catherine Dalton. Another death on my conscience. Another reason Marcus needs to be stopped. Another family destroyed because I was too afraid, too paranoid, too broken to fight this battle the right way. Jack stared at the names. 4 people, 4 deaths over 23 years, all of them connected to Morrison's land, to the gemstone deposits, to knowledge that threatened Marcus Vance's plans. And Catherine was just the latest, the most recent victim in a pattern that stretched back decades. The coffee cup slipped from Jack's fingers, shattered on the porch boards. He didn't notice. His mind was replaying that night 2 years ago. The fight, Catherine leaving angry, the sheriff at the door. The assumption that it was his fault, that their argument had distracted her, that she died because he'd been too drunk and cruel to let her cool down before driving. She was murdered. Sarah's voice was flat, controlled, the way people sound when they're holding back emotions too big to express. She was researching family history. She found connections to Morrison, and Vance had her killed to keep the secret safe until Morrison died naturally. Jack's hands clenched into fists. The grief that had been eating him alive for 2 years suddenly had a new shape. Not guilt, rage. Catherine hadn't died because of their fight. She died because she was smart and curious and unlucky enough to start asking questions that threatened a man's 50-year obsession with stolen wealth. "We can't prove it," Jack said, forcing his voice to stay level. "Morrison's journal is hearsay. The sheriff ruled it an accident. There's no physical evidence." "Not yet, but Morrison says Marcus has done this before. Others have lost loved ones. That means there's a pattern, multiple deaths. If we can find the other victims, build a case, connect them all to Vance, we can prove Mom was murdered. We can make him pay for all of it." Jack looked at his daughter, 19 years old, standing in the morning light with her mother's intelligence burning in her eyes and a determination that scared him. She wasn't talking about justice through the legal system. She was talking about revenge, about making a powerful, dangerous man pay for crimes he'd spent decades covering up. "Sarah, listen to me. Vance has resources we can't match. Money, lawyers, men with guns. If we push this, if we try to prove your mother was murdered, we're painting targets on our backs." "The targets are already there, Dad. We inherited this land. We know about the gemstones. Vance can't let us live with that knowledge, whether we push back or not. The only question is whether we roll over and die quietly, or whether we fight and take him down with us." She was right. Jack knew she was right. Vance's reasonable offer, his 48-hour deadline, his talk about legal warfare, it was all theater. Men like Marcus Vance didn't leave witnesses. They didn't let strangers walk away with knowledge of their crimes. The moment Jack had inherited Morrison's land, he and Sarah had become problems that needed to be eliminated. "Then we fight smart," Jack said. "We document everything, every gemstone site, every piece of evidence Morrison collected. We build a case so overwhelming that if anything happens to us, the truth still comes out. And we find the other victims, the other people Vance has killed over the years. We give them justice too." Jack nodded, though part of him wondered if they were just rationalizing a suicide mission. Going after a man like Marcus Vance wasn't courage. It was probably stupidity. But Morrison had trusted him with this legacy. Catherine had died searching for these answers, and Sarah deserved to know the truth about her mother's death, even if that truth led them both into danger they might not survive. They spent the morning preparing. Jack sorted through Morrison's weapons cache, found ammunition that was still good, cleaned the rifles and pistols with the methodical care his Marine training had drilled into him. Sarah organized the geological surveys and journals, photographing every page with her phone, uploading copies to cloud storage that Vance couldn't easily access. They worked in the kind of focused silence that comes before combat, each of them processing what they'd learned, what they'd committed to doing. The sound of a vehicle approaching brought them both to high alert. Jack grabbed his rifle, moved to a defensive position by the window. Sarah crouched behind the heavy table, her own phone ready to call for help if needed. Through the trees, Jack tracked a single truck, older model, moving slowly as if the driver was being cautious rather than aggressive. The truck stopped at a respectful distance. A young man stepped out, hands clearly visible and empty, moving with the careful deliberation of someone who knew he was being watched by someone with a gun. He was maybe 30, fit, wearing work clothes that had seen actual work. Not one of Vance's professional security contractors. Someone else. "Mr. Dalton," the man called out. "My name is Garrett Cole. I'm your neighbor, sort of. I run a small ranch about 5 miles southeast of here. Heard you inherited Morrison's place. Wanted to come by, introduce myself, see if you needed any help getting settled." Jack kept the rifle ready but not aimed. Neighbor or not, the timing was suspicious. Nobody had come to help Morrison in 50 years. Now, 12 hours after Jack inherited the property, someone was offering assistance. "Appreciate the thought," Jack called back, "but we're managing fine." Garrett Cole held up a cardboard box. "Brought supplies, coffee, canned goods, propane for the generator. Morrison used to trade with me sometimes. I'd bring him supplies, he'd give me surveying advice for my well sites. Figured his heir might need the same." Sarah moved to the window beside Jack, studying Garrett with the same analytical attention she'd give a geological sample. "Let him come closer, but keep the rifle ready." Jack didn't like it, but Sarah's instincts had been good so far. He lowered the rifle slightly, watched as Garrett approached the cabin with the box of supplies. Up close, the young man looked genuine. Weathered hands, sun-creased face. The kind of wear that comes from actual ranch work, not gym training. "Sorry for your loss," Garrett said as he set the box on the porch. "Morrison was a good neighbor, kept to himself mostly, but he was fair in his dealings. Never caused trouble. Word around here is that you're former military too, Marine like Morrison was." "Word travels fast. Small community up here. We look out for each other, and we notice when outsiders start sniffing around." Garrett's expression darkened slightly. "Like that convoy of trucks that came up here last night. Professional operation. Security contractors looked like. They with you?" Jack exchanged a glance with Sarah. If Garrett had seen Vance's men, if he'd noticed them and been troubled enough to come check on the new owner, maybe he was exactly what he appeared to be. A neighbor concerned about corporate trouble in his backyard. "They weren't with us, they were the opposite." Figured as much. Morrison had trouble with a mining company years back, before my time, but the old-timers talk about it. Said he ran off some corporate types who tried to steal his claims. That the same outfit? "Probably." Garrett nodded slowly. "Then you're going to need more than supplies. You're going to need intel. I grew up in this area. I know every road, every trail, every way in and out of this basin. If those corporate types come back with serious numbers, you'll want to know your options." Sarah stepped onto the porch, studying Garrett with open suspicion. "Why would you help us? You don't know us. We could be the bad guys in this situation." "Could be, but Morrison trusted someone enough to leave them his land. That's enough for me. Plus, I don't like the idea of corporate mining operations tearing up this area. It's the last wild country we've got. Once they start extracting minerals, they'll bring in hundreds of workers, build roads, pollute the watershed. Everything that makes this place worth living in will be gone." Garrett looked directly at Jack. "If you're planning to fight them, I'm offering local knowledge. If you're planning to sell, I'll say my piece against it and leave you alone. Your choice." Jack made a decision based on instinct and 20 years of evaluating men in high-stress situations. Garrett felt genuine. The concern in his eyes when he talked about protecting the land, the way he held himself without the coiled tension of someone playing a role, the calluses on his hands that matched his story. Either he was the best actor Jack had ever met, or he was exactly what he claimed to be. "We're not selling," Jack said. "We're staying, we're fighting." "Then let me show you the terrain. You need to know what you're defending." They spent the afternoon with Garrett, learning the landscape. He led them on foot through Morrison's property, pointing out features that weren't visible on maps. Hidden trails that deer used that people could use too in an emergency. Natural defensive positions in the granite outcroppings. Springs that ran year-round, providing water even if the main creek was cut off. The kid knew this country the way Marines knew their sector in combat. Every fold in the ground, every approach route, every advantage and vulnerability. Sarah walked beside Garrett, asking questions about the geology, about mineral indicators, about where Morrison had focused his prospecting. She was good at extracting information while seeming casual about it, a skill her mother had possessed in abundance. Catherine could talk to anyone, get them to open up, learn their secrets without them realizing they'd shared anything important. Morrison spent most of his time in the high country, Garrett said, pointing to the ridgeline above them. Up near the granite formations. I asked him once what he was looking for. He said beauty. Said there were things in these mountains worth more than money, but people had forgotten how to see them. They crested a rise and Garrett stopped, gestured to the view. The entire basin spread below them, pristine and untouched, the kind of landscape that made a man understand why Morrison had spent 50 years protecting it. Beyond the basin, more mountains. Beyond those, more still, wilderness stretching to the horizon. "This is what they want to destroy," Garrett said quietly. "Vance Extraction doesn't care about beauty or legacy or keeping places wild. They care about quarterly profits and shareholder returns. They'll turn this whole area into an industrial site, extract everything valuable, and leave behind toxic waste and dead land." Jack studied the view, committed it to memory. This was what Morrison had fought for, not just the monetary value of gemstones buried in the rock. The idea that some places should remain untouched, that some legacies were worth protecting even at the cost of personal wealth and comfort. "Show me the first mining site," Jack said, "the one Morrison marked in red on his maps." Garrett's expression shifted, became more guarded. "You found his survey maps." "We found everything, the hidden room, the 8 sites, all of it." "And you're still planning to stay, even knowing what those sites represent, what men like Vance will do to take them." "Especially because of that." Garrett studied Jack for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, but we need to be careful. If Vance has scouts watching the property, and he probably does, we can't just walk up to the sites in broad daylight. We need to approach from directions they won't expect, move like we're just hiking, not prospecting." They took a circuitous route, using terrain to mask their destination. Sarah walked between Jack and Garrett, her geologist's eye cataloging rock formations and mineral indicators that Jack's military training wouldn't have noticed. She stopped every few hundred yards, examining stones, taking photos, building her own survey that could support Morrison's claims if legal challenges came. The first site was exactly where Morrison's map indicated, but finding it required understanding how a paranoid prospector thought. The granite outcropping looked like dozens of others they'd passed. Natural formation, nothing special, but Garrett pointed out subtle markers. 3 stones stacked in a specific pattern at the base of the slope. A bent sapling that had been deliberately shaped years ago, now grown but still pointing. Scratches on a boulder face that looked random, unless you knew they formed an arrow. "Morrison was good," Garrett said with what sounded like genuine admiration. "Most people would walk right past this 100 times and never notice." The cave entrance was even more concealed. A natural split in the granite, partially collapsed, filled with brush and fallen branches that looked like they'd accumulated naturally over decades. But when Garrett and Jack cleared away the debris, the opening was obvious. Someone had deliberately camouflaged it. had spent hours arranging branches and stones to make it blend seamlessly with the surrounding terrain. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through sideways, and Jack felt his combat instincts firing as he prepared to enter. Unknown space. Confined. Potential ambush site. But Morrison had been alone up here. The only threat would be from whatever he'd left behind. Jack went in first, flashlight cutting through darkness that probably hadn't seen light in years. The beam illuminated rough walls, natural granite carved by water over geological time periods that made human lifespans irrelevant. The narrow passage opened after about 10 feet into a chamber that was maybe 15 feet across and 20 feet deep. High ceiling. Good ventilation from cracks in the rock above. Dry. Stable. And clearly worked. Tool marks on the walls where someone had chipped away at the rock. A cleared area in the center where equipment had been set up. Wooden frames that had rotted but still showed their original purpose, supports for some kind of sluicing operation. And along one wall, carefully stacked, core samples. Dozens of them. Rocks split open to reveal crystalline structures inside. Red glints in the flashlight beam. Sarah pushed in behind Jack, her own light adding to the illumination. She made a small sound of amazement as she saw the core samples. Moved to them immediately, geologist's training taking over. She picked up piece after piece, examining them with an intensity that blocked out everything else. "Dad, these are extraordinary. The crystal structure is nearly perfect. The color saturation is off the charts. These aren't just rubies. These are museum-quality specimens." Garrett stood at the chamber entrance, watching them explore, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Jack found the metal box in the back corner, partially buried under loose rock that had been carefully arranged to look like a natural fall. The box was military surplus, probably Vietnam era, the kind used to protect sensitive equipment from moisture and impact. Heavy gauge steel. Serious lock. The patina suggested it had been here for decades. The key from the lawyer fit. The lock opened with a click that echoed in the confined space. Jack lifted the lid slowly, half expecting booby traps or fail safes. Morrison had been paranoid enough to consider such things, but there was nothing except stones and paper. The rubies lay nested in cloth that had once been white but had yellowed with age. Approximately 50 of them, varying in size from small pebbles to the largest that was easily the size of a walnut, maybe larger. Even uncut, even covered in matrix rock, they were beautiful. Deep red, the color of blood, the color of the Marine Corps flag, the color of sacrifice. Sarah knelt beside the box, her hands trembling as she picked up one of the larger stones. She held it to her flashlight, turned it slowly, examined the internal structure with professional focus. "These are Burmese origin, I'm almost certain. The chromium content that gives them this color, the crystal structure, the inclusions pattern, all consistent with Myanmar deposits. If Morrison extracted these legally, if he has documentation proving they're not blood rubies from conflict zones, each large stone could be worth $50,000 to $100,000 on the legitimate market. Maybe more if they cut well, and the clarity is as good as it appears." She set down that stone, picked up another, then another. Each examination more excited, each assessment raising the estimated value. "The whole box, Dad. I'm looking at maybe $2 to $3 million in raw gems, just in this one cache. Site 1 of 8. Garrett whistled low from his position at the entrance. "And Morrison just left them here for 50 years, didn't sell them, didn't use the money." "He was protecting them," Sarah said quietly, "from Vance, from anyone who'd exploit them for pure profit. He wanted them to go to the right person, someone who'd value them for more than just money." Jack found the notebook tucked beneath the stones. Small, leather-bound, the same precise handwriting that filled Morrison's journals back at the cabin. He opened it carefully, the pages brittle with age. The first entries were technical: extraction dates, geological surveys, estimates of remaining deposits at depth. Morrison had been methodical, scientific, each entry dated and cross-referenced to specific locations within the cave system. But the later entries shifted in tone, became more personal, more paranoid. May 1989. Marcus sent men today, professional contractors. They found the property boundary but couldn't locate the actual sites. My camouflage work held, but they're getting more aggressive, more willing to use violence. One of them told me directly, sign over mineral rights or have an accident. I told him to leave. He didn't. I fired warning shots. They left then. But they'll be back. Marcus doesn't give up. I need to prepare for escalation. Jack flipped forward, found entries from different years, each one documenting attempted thefts, threats, close calls. Morrison had been fighting a cold war for decades, sometimes hot, sometimes violent, always alone. The last entry in the notebook made Jack's hands clench. February 2025. I'm dying. The doctors say 6 months, maybe less. Emphysema from years of working in dusty mines without proper protection. My lungs are shot. I can barely make it up the stairs anymore. But I'm not going to die in a hospital hooked to machines pumped full of morphine that clouds my thinking. I'm going to die here, in the mountains, on my land, protecting what I've spent 50 years guarding. The next page was the note they'd already read. Site 1. Ruby deposits. Total value conservative estimate. Instructions to make Marcus pay. Make him answer for the murders. Don't let my death be meaningless. But there was more. A final paragraph Jack hadn't seen before. To Jack Dalton, son of Tom Dalton, brother Marine who saved my life in 1968 at Key San when I was pinned down by NVA fire and certain to die. Your father never hesitated. Ran through gunfire to pull me to safety. Took shrapnel meant for me. Carried me 300 yards to the extraction point while I bled out from leg wounds. I owe him everything. I owe you everything. This inheritance isn't charity. It's repayment. A debt 50 years overdue. Your father gave me life. I'm giving you the means to protect yours. Fight smart. Fight hard. Marines don't surrender. Semper Fi, Henry Morrison. Jack read the note twice, felt the weight of Morrison's final mission settling onto his shoulders. The old Marine hadn't left this inheritance just to make Jack rich. He'd left it as ammunition in a 50-year war. Evidence. Proof. A reason to keep fighting after Morrison himself was gone. We need to secure this, Jack said, making a command decision. Take photos of everything. Document the location. Then we seal it back up and move on to Site 2. I want to survey all 8 locations before Vance's deadline expires. They worked quickly, Sarah photographing while Jack and Garrett carefully reburied the metal box under loose rock that looked natural, covering their tracks, making it look like the site had never been disturbed. When they finished, the cave entrance was as concealed as they'd found it. On the hike back to the cabin, Sarah walked close to Jack, her voice low enough that Garrett, walking point ahead of them, wouldn't hear. Dad, I need to tell you something about Garrett. Jack's hand moved instinctively toward his sidearm. What about him? While you two were reburying the box, I checked his truck registration on my phone. The plates trace back to a rental company in Billings. The truck's only been in his possession for 3 days. His story about being a neighbor doesn't check out. Jack felt adrenaline spike. They'd just shown a potential enemy the location of $3 million in gemstones. Garrett could have a team waiting at the cabin, could be leading them into an ambush right now, could be exactly what Morrison had warned about. Trust no one. Are you sure? I'm sure about the rental truck. I'm not sure what it means. Maybe he's really a neighbor but his truck broke down. Maybe he's covering his expenses while he helps us. Or maybe he's working for Vance, gaining our trust, mapping all 8 sites so Vance knows exactly what to steal. Jack watched Garrett's back as the younger man navigated the trail. The ease with which he moved through the terrain, the knowledge he demonstrated about the property. It could all be preparation, research, the kind of intel gathering that professional operators did before a mission. They reached the cabin as the sun was setting, painting the mountains in shades of orange and purple. Garrett helped them unload the supplies he'd brought, refused the offer of dinner, said he needed to get back to his own place before dark. He drove away with a friendly wave, leaving Jack and Sarah alone with their suspicions and fears. "We need to know who he really is," Sarah said as soon as Garrett's taillights disappeared. "Tonight, before we show him any more sights." "Agreed, but how? We can't exactly run a background check from up here." Sarah held up her phone. "We can do better, we can follow him." Jack understood immediately. "You think he's not really going home?" "I think if he's working for Vance, he's reporting somewhere, and I want to know where." They took Jack's truck, lights off, engine running quiet in the mountain darkness. Jack wore night vision goggles he'd brought from his marine surplus gear, the green phosphor glow turning the world into something alien and familiar at once. He'd done this hundreds of times in Iraq, following targets through hostile territory, maintaining tactical distance, reading the terrain for ambush points and escape routes. The skills came back like muscle memory. Sarah navigated from the passenger seat, tracking their route on her phone's GPS, marking waypoints, creating a digital trail that could be evidenced later if needed. She'd turned off her phone's location services, disabled automatic uploads, taken every precaution she could think of to prevent Garrett from detecting their surveillance if he had countermeasures running. Garrett's truck wound down the mountain roads without any indication he knew he was being followed. No sudden stops, no doubling back, no tactical maneuvers. Either he was genuinely innocent and heading home like he'd claimed, or he was very confident in his cover story and didn't consider the possibility that 2 civilians would have the skills to follow him undetected. The descent took them through terrain Jack cataloged automatically. Switchbacks where an ambush could be set, straight sections where speed would matter if pursuit turned kinetic, pullouts where vehicles could be hidden. Every tactical consideration his 20 years of training demanded. "He's not going southeast," Sarah said quietly, watching the GPS track. "His ranch is supposed to be that direction. He's going northwest, toward the highway. Could be going into town for supplies." At 9 p.m., after spending the whole day with us. Jack had to concede the point. Normal ranchers didn't drive an hour into town after dark unless there was emergency need for supplies or services, and Garrett had seemed prepared, well-equipped. Nothing about him suggested urgent need. They followed for 37 minutes by Jack's count, maintaining visual contact, but staying far enough back that their headlights wouldn't be obvious in Garrett's mirrors. The truck navigation got easier once they hit paved roads, more traffic to blend with, more routes to choose if they needed to break off surveillance. Garrett's truck took the exit for Billings, merged onto the commercial strip that lined the highway approach. Fast food restaurants, gas stations, cheap motels that catered to truckers and travelers on tight budgets. The kind of places where you paid cash and the desk clerk didn't look too closely at ID. The truck pulled into a motel that advertised hourly rates and weekly discounts. The Plainsman Motor Lodge, 2 stories of concrete block construction and peeling paint. Half the lights in the parking lot were burned out. The kind of place where asking questions was discouraged and remembering faces was bad for business. Garrett parked in front of room 12, ground floor, corner unit with sight lines that covered the parking lot and the road beyond. Professional choice. The kind of positioning someone with tactical training would select automatically. He walked to the door with a key already in hand, not stopping at the office, suggesting he'd been staying here for days at least. Jack parked 3 buildings down at a closed auto parts store, killed the engine, watched through the night vision as Garrett let himself into the room. Lights came on inside. Shadows moved behind thin curtains. "Wait here," Jack said, already reaching for the door handle. "Stay in the truck. Keep the engine running. If anything goes wrong, you drive straight to the sheriff's office in Billings. Don't stop. Don't come back for me, just go." "Dad, you can't just walk up to his window. If he sees you." "I'm not going to let him see me. I'm going to position where I can hear through the wall. Motels like this, the sound insulation is non-existent. If he makes any calls, discusses any plans, I'll hear it." Sarah grabbed his arm. "What if there are other people in there? What if this is a meeting point?" "Then I'll assess and adapt. It's what I do." Jack squeezed her hand. "Trust me, I've done this before. Urban operations, surveillance, intel gathering. I know how to stay invisible." He moved through the motel parking lot like a ghost. 2 decades of training in close quarters combat and covert operations guiding every step. Staying in shadows, using parked vehicles for concealment, moving when headlights from the road would blind anyone looking out windows, reading the environment for threats and opportunities. Room 12 shared a wall with Room 13, which was dark and appeared vacant. Jack positioned himself outside that room, his ear against the wall that separated it from Garrett's space. The construction was cheap. He could hear everything: water running in the bathroom, TV coming on, volume low, and then, clearly, Garrett's voice talking on a phone. "Yes, sir, I made contact this morning. Brought supplies like you suggested. The approach worked. They're desperate enough for allies that they let me help despite the daughter's suspicions." Pause, someone on the other end responding. Jack pressed closer to the wall, straining to hear every word. "They found the first site today. I led them to it. They know about the rubies now. Saw the cash. The daughter estimated 2 to 3 million in that location alone. She's smart, sir, geology major. She's analyzing the deposits with professional competence. They'll have all 8 sites surveyed within your 48-hour deadline, guaranteed." Another pause. Jack's jaw clenched. The confirmation of betrayal hitting different than suspicion had. Garrett wasn't just a neighbor being helpful. He was an operative, embedded, running a textbook infiltration op. "No, sir, they don't fully trust me. The daughter ran my plates, discovered the rental truck. She's suspicious but hasn't confronted me directly. The father, though, he's former military, Marine Scout sniper. He recognizes a brother in arms when he sees one. I'm playing to that. Shared service. Warrior bond. That's my access point." Garrett's tone shifted, became harder, more professional. "I understand the mission parameters. Once they've mapped all 8 sites, you want complete intelligence package. GPS coordinates for each location. Access routes with elevations and terrain analysis. Security vulnerabilities in their defensive posture. Timeline for extraction operations. I'll have everything ready within 48 hours. More talking from the other end. Garrett listened, and when he spoke again, his voice had changed. Less professional, more conflicted. "And after that, once you have the intel, what's the plan for the civilians?" The pause was longer this time. Jack could almost hear Garrett's expression changing as he listened to whatever response came through the phone. "Sir, with all due respect, they're not combatants. They're not the enemy here. They're just people who inherited land they didn't ask for and don't understand. The daughter is 19 years old, college student, geology major. She's not a threat that requires permanent solutions." Garrett's voice rose slightly, frustration breaking through training. "I understand the value of operational security. I understand the need for clean outcomes with no loose ends. But there are rules, sir. Laws. Even in private security contracting, there are lines we don't cross. If this operation goes the way you're implying, if these civilians end up like the others over the years, I need to know that it's absolutely necessary and not just expedient. The response must have been sharp. Garrett's next words came out clipped, angry. Yes, sir. I understand my contract obligations. I understand the consequences of failing to complete tasked objectives. And I understand that questioning orders is not what I'm being paid for. Consider me properly motivated. I'll deliver the intelligence package on schedule. What happens after that is above my pay grade. He ended the call. Jack heard movement inside the room, footsteps pacing, the sound of something being thrown against a wall, maybe a phone or remote, then silence. Jack moved back to the truck, his mind processing everything he'd heard. Garrett wasn't just working for someone. He was working for someone who'd killed before, who planned to kill again, who had enough resources to hire professional contractors and enough ruthlessness to eliminate anyone who got in the way of the gemstone deposits. Sarah saw his expression as he climbed into the truck. Her voice was tight. He's with them. He's reporting to someone, professional operation. He's been tasked to map all 8 sites, deliver complete tactical intelligence, and then... Jack trailed off, not wanting to finish the sentence. And then eliminate us. He didn't say that explicitly, but the implication was clear. His employer has a history of killing people who get too close to this land. Garrett's uncomfortable with it, but he's following orders. They drove back toward Morrison's cabin in heavy silence. The isolation that had felt like sanctuary that morning now felt like a trap. They were 40 miles from help, surrounded by wilderness, facing an enemy who had unlimited resources, professional operators, and a 50-year track record of getting away with murder. What do we do? Sarah's voice was small in the darkness. Jack thought about the choices available. Run, sell, fight. Each one carried consequences. Each one had costs he wasn't sure they could afford to pay, but running meant Catherine's murder went unpunished. Selling meant Morrison's 50 years of sacrifice meant nothing. Fighting meant putting Sarah in danger that might get her killed. There were no good options, only less bad ones. We survey the remaining sites tomorrow, Jack said. All of them. We document everything. We photograph every deposit, every cache, every piece of evidence Morrison left. And then we make it all public before Vance can move against us. Back at the cabin, Sarah pulled up everything she could find about Garrett Cole. The name existed. Young rancher. Operated a small spread southeast of Morrison's property. But the photo on his business registration didn't match the man who'd visited them. The real Garrett Cole was 20 pounds heavier, 10 years older, with a distinctive scar across his left cheek that their visitor didn't have. He's using a stolen identity, Sarah said. The real Garrett Cole is probably somewhere else, with no idea his name is being used. Jack cleaned his rifles, checked ammunition counts, prepared defensive positions around the cabin the way Morrison had designed them. If Vance's men came in force, the cabin could hold against an assault. For a while, but not forever. Not against determined professionals with unlimited ammunition and no legal constraints. We need to accelerate the timeline, Jack said. Survey the remaining 7 sites tomorrow. Get everything documented. Then we go public before Vance can move against us. Go public how? Social media, news outlets, every platform we can access. We upload Morrison's evidence, our photos, the gemstone locations, all of it. We make it so public that Vance can't move against us without the whole world watching. Sarah nodded slowly. Scorched earth. If we can't have it safely, nobody can have it quietly. Exactly. Morrison spent 50 years hiding the truth. Maybe that was the wrong strategy. Maybe the only way to protect ourselves is to expose everything. They worked through the night, planning their routes to the remaining 7 sites, preparing the evidence packages they'd upload, writing out statements that explained the inheritance, the murder of Catherine, the connection to Marcus Vance. Everything Morrison had hidden, they were preparing to reveal. At 3 in the morning, Sarah finally crashed, exhausted. Jack kept watch, rifle across his lap, thinking about the choices that had led him here. 2 weeks ago, he'd been a broke rancher facing foreclosure, a drunk widower letting his daughter down, a failure at everything that mattered. Now he was sitting in a fortified cabin in the Montana wilderness, preparing for what might be his last stand, protecting a legacy worth more than he'd ever imagined, and fighting for justice his wife would never see. His phone buzzed, text message from an unknown number. "Mr. Dalton, this is Marcus Vance. We need to talk tomorrow, noon, neutral location, come alone. This is your last chance to avoid what comes next." Jack stared at the message, understanding the implicit threat. Vance knew where they were, knew they'd found the first site, probably knew everything Garrett had reported. The noose was tightening. The 48-hour deadline hadn't been a legal timeline. It had been preparation time. Vance gathering intelligence, positioning assets, getting ready for whatever final move would eliminate the problem of Jack and Sarah Dalton permanently. Jack typed a response with thumbs that had steadied now, that the fight was clearly coming. "Noon works, but my daughter comes too, and we meet at the cabin, my ground, my terms. If you want a last chance at negotiation, you come to us." The reply came within seconds. "Unwise but acceptable. Noon tomorrow. I'll come with 2 men. You have my word we'll talk before we act. Semper Fidelis, gunnery sergeant. Let's finish this like warriors, not like criminals in the shadows." Jack read the sign off. Semper Fidelis, always faithful. The Marine Corps motto used by a man who'd served in the Army. Vance was throwing it in his face, appropriating Morrison's legacy, claiming brotherhood he hadn't earned. It was calculated, designed to anger him, to make him sloppy. Instead, it made him focused. Tomorrow at noon, Marcus Vance would come to Morrison's cabin, would make whatever final offer or threat he'd prepared, and Jack would have to decide whether to accept compromise with his wife's murderer or to fight a war he probably couldn't win but couldn't walk away from. He looked at Sarah sleeping in the corner, wrapped in Morrison's old military blanket. Thought about Catherine, dead 2 years because she'd asked the wrong questions. Thought about Morrison, dying alone after 50 years of protecting a legacy he'd intended for the son of a brother Marine. The choice had already been made, had been made the moment he inherited this land, the moment he learned the truth about Catherine's death, the moment he understood that some fights aren't about winning. They're about standing up when standing up is the only honorable option left. Jack checked his rifle one more time, made sure the safety was on, and settled in to wait for dawn. Tomorrow would bring violence or resolution or both. But tonight, in this cabin built by a Marine who'd never surrendered, Jack Dalton was at peace with whatever came next. Marines didn't quit, they adapted, they endured, they finished the mission no matter the cost. Morrison had started a fight 50 years ago that he couldn't finish alone. Now it was Jack's turn to carry it forward. For Catherine, for Sarah, for every person Marcus Vance had ever hurt in his obsessive pursuit of wealth he didn't earn and didn't deserve. The mountains were dark and silent around the cabin. Somewhere out there, Vance was planning his final move. But here, in Morrison's fortress, Jack was ready. Always faithful to the mission, always ready to pay the price, always Marine. The fight had just begun. The sun rose on their second day at Morrison's cabin with the kind of brutal clarity that made everything too visible, too exposed. Jack stood on the porch with his third cup of coffee, watching the access road through binoculars, cataloging every shadow that might be movement, every sound that might be engines approaching. Sleep had been impossible. Every time he'd closed his eyes, he'd seen Catherine's wrecked car, heard Morrison's journals describing brake lines cut with professional precision, felt the weight of knowing his wife had been murdered while he'd been too drunk to protect her. Sarah emerged from the cabin looking hollow, her eyes red from crying she'd done in private. She'd spent the night reading more of Morrison's journals, piecing together 50 years of paranoia that turned out to be justified caution. The old Marine hadn't been crazy. He'd been surrounded by predators, fighting a lone war against an enemy with infinite patience and resources. "We need to move," Jack said without preamble. "Garrett will report to whoever's paying him. They know we found Site 1. They'll expect us to survey the rest. We need to get to Sites 2 through 8 before noon, before Vance arrives for his meeting." "That's 7 sites in 5 hours. Dad, some of them are miles apart across mountain terrain." "Then we start now. We prioritize the high-value targets first. Morrison's maps show Site 7 is platinum group metals, probably the most valuable. We hit that one, then work backwards." Sarah grabbed her geology kit, stuffed it into a backpack alongside water, energy bars, and the digital camera they'd been using to document everything. Jack checked his rifle, pistol, spare magazines. The loadout felt familiar in a way that civilian life had never managed. Combat ready. Mission focused. The clarity of purpose that came from knowing exactly what needed to be done and exactly how dangerous it would be to do it. They were halfway to Jack's truck when another vehicle came up the access road. Jack's hand went to his sidearm automatically, but he recognized the SUV. Expensive. Too clean for mountain roads. Government plates. A woman stepped out, mid-30s, dressed in business casual that somehow looked both professional and tactical. Tall. Athletic build beneath the conservative suit. Dark hair pulled back in a style that was efficient rather than fashionable. She carried a leather portfolio in her left hand, leaving her right free, and Jack's Marine training noticed immediately that her stance suggested weapons training even though she was visibly unarmed. She moved across the property with confident strides, her eyes scanning the cabin, the defensive positions Morrison had built, the sight lines and approaches. Not casual observation, professional assessment. When she spoke, her voice carried authority that came from more than just law school. "Mr. Dalton, I'm Alina Drake, senior attorney with Vance Mining and Mineral Development Corporation. I represent Mr. Marcus Vance and his corporate interests in matters relating to mineral rights and property disputes. I'd like a few minutes of your time to discuss a legal matter that directly affects your recent inheritance of this property." Jack didn't move his hand away from his pistol. Every instinct screamed that this was part of Vance's offensive, legal pressure to complement the physical threats. "You're trespassing on private property. I didn't invite you here. I'm attempting to prevent a legal dispute that will cost you everything you own, several years of your life in litigation, and quite possibly your freedom depending on how certain property transfer irregularities are interpreted by federal prosecutors. 5 minutes of civil conversation, Mr. Dalton. That's all I'm asking." Alina's expression remained professional, but there was something in her eyes that suggested she understood exactly how dangerous this situation was. "You can keep your hand on your weapon if it makes you feel safer. I'm not here to harm you physically. I'm here to warn you about harm that's coming through legal channels you may not understand or be prepared to defend against." Sarah stepped forward from the cabin doorway, studying Alina with the analytical intensity she brought to everything. "Warn us about what specifically? What legal theory is Vance claiming?" Alina turned her attention to Sarah, and Jack saw a flicker of something cross her face. Recognition, maybe, or calculation. "You must be Sarah Dalton, 19 years old, Montana Tech geology major, 4 GPA, full academic scholarship. Your mother Catherine was killed in a single-vehicle accident 2 years ago. My condolences." The casual mention of Catherine made Sarah's expression harden. "You've done your research." "It's my job to know everything about opposing parties in potential litigation. And make no mistake, Miss Dalton, if we can't reach an alternative resolution today, you and your father will be opposing parties in one of the most complex and expensive mineral rights disputes Montana has seen in decades." Alina opened her portfolio, pulled out documents that looked official and intimidating. "The core issue is this. In 1974, Marcus Vance and Henry Morrison jointly discovered platinum group metal deposits and gemstone formations on this property. They filed partnership agreements, both men signing, both men contributing equally to the prospecting work and geological surveys. Those documents are on file with the county, notarized, legally binding." She laid photocopies on Morrison's truck hood. Jack scanned them, saw signatures that looked legitimate, dates from 1974, language that established 50-50 partnership for all mineral extraction and profits. "Morrison and Vance worked together for approximately 18 months, Alina continued. Then, in late 1975, Morrison suffered what appears to have been a severe PTSD episode. Multiple documented incidents, violent behavior, paranoid accusations. During this period, he refiled all the mining claims in his name only, effectively stealing Mr. Vance's share of the partnership. Mr. Vance, out of respect for Morrison's service and mental health struggles, chose not to pursue immediate legal action. He hoped Morrison would recover and make things right." Sarah picked up one of the documents, examined it with a geologist's attention to detail. "These could be forged. They're certified copies from county records, filed 1974. If they're forged, the forgery happened 50 years ago and was good enough to fool county clerks, notaries, and preservation systems. That's unlikely. What's more likely is that Morrison was exactly what these documents indicate, a partner who stole from his partner during a mental health crisis." Jack felt the story Alina was spinning take shape. It was compelling. It painted Morrison as the villain and Vance as the patient, forgiving partner who'd been wronged. It explained 50 years of watching and waiting as forbearance rather than stalking. It made Vance's current aggression look like justified recovery of stolen property. "Morrison left journals," Jack said, "his own documentation of what happened. Hearsay from a dead man with documented mental health issues. Unless you can produce external evidence that contradicts the certified county records, Morrison's personal journals won't overcome the weight of official documentation." Alina's voice softened slightly. "Mr. Dalton, I'm not your enemy here. I'm actually trying to help you understand the legal reality you're facing. Marcus Vance has an extremely strong case. He has documentation, witnesses from the 1970s who remember the partnership, geological experts who can testify about the joint discovery. If this goes to trial, you will lose. And when you lose, you'll owe Mr. Vance not just 50% of the mineral rights, but decades of back compensation for profits you received by selling or extracting minerals that were partially his. That could amount to tens of millions of dollars you don't have." Sarah's face had gone pale. "We haven't sold anything. We just inherited this property 2 days ago." "That may work in your favor regarding back compensation, but it doesn't change the fundamental problem. The minerals on this property are legally encumbered by Vance's partnership claim. You can't develop them. You can't sell them. You can't even properly survey them without risking further legal liability." Alina pulled out another document, this one printed on expensive legal letterhead. This is a settlement offer drafted by our litigation team. It represents Mr. Vance's final attempt at resolving this matter without destroying you financially. The terms are straightforward. You acknowledge the validity of the 1974 partnership agreement. You transfer 50% ownership of all mineral rights to Vance Mining and Mineral Development Corporation. In exchange, Mr. Vance assumes full responsibility for all development costs, all extraction operations, all regulatory compliance, and all legal fees associated with quieting title and establishing clear ownership. You receive 50% of net profits from any mineral sales with zero personal liability, zero required investment, and zero operational responsibility. It's passive income from assets you didn't know existed 3 days ago. Jack studied the settlement agreement, seeing the trap beneath the reasonable language. Once he signed over 50% ownership, Vance controlled development decisions, controlled what got extracted when, controlled the accounting that determined net profits that Jack would supposedly share. It was a legal framework for stealing everything while making it look like partnership. We need time to consider this and consult with our own attorney. You have until 6 p.m. today. After that, Mr. Vance files suit and the settlement offer is withdrawn permanently. Once litigation begins, the legal fees alone will bankrupt your ranch within 6 months. You'll be forced to sell your family property just to pay lawyers to defend Morrison's theft. Alina handed Jack a business card, her fingers lingering on his for just a moment longer than necessary. My cell number. Call any time before 6. I'll need your answer. As she walked back to her SUV, Jack noticed details his combat training automatically cataloged. The way she moved suggested not just fitness but specific training. Law enforcement or military. The way her eyes had tracked Sarah throughout the conversation, assessing threat level and capability. The slight bulge under her jacket that could be a concealed weapon despite her claims of being unarmed. Sarah waited until the SUV was out of sight before pulling out her phone. Something's off about her, the way she looked at me, like she was comparing me to something, someone. Run a background check, find out who Alina Drake really is. While Sarah worked her phone, Jack spread out Morrison's maps and journals, looking for anything that mentioned the 1974 partnership, any evidence that could counter Vance's certified documents. He found entries from 1975 describing the partnership breakdown, but Morrison's version was very different from Alina's sanitized legal narrative. Good instinct, but we still need to survey those sites. Whatever legal battle is coming, we need evidence, real evidence, not just Morrison's word against Vance's. Sarah's fingers flew across her phone screen, pulling up public records, court filings, bar association registrations. Alina Drake, licensed to practice in Montana and Colorado. Georgetown Law School, graduated 2015. Before law school, she worked in federal law enforcement, FBI. Specifically, she was assigned to the evidence response team. That explains the tactical bearing. Former FBI turned corporate lawyer. That's a hell of a career shift. Wait, there's more. Sarah's voice went quiet in a way that made Jack look up from the maps. Her birth certificate is public record because of a sealed adoption case that got partially unsealed in 2019. Birth name, Elena Marie Morey. Born 1992. Mother, Margaret Ann Morey. Father listed as unknown. Jack felt something cold settle in his stomach. Morey, as in Morrison's family name. Sarah was already cross-referencing, pulling up more documents. Margaret Morey died in 1994. Overdose. Ruled accidental. Elena was 2 years old, placed in foster care, adopted 6 months later by Thomas and Rebecca Drake. The adoption records show Margaret Morey named Henry Morrison as a potential relative for family placement, but he declined guardianship. said he was unfit to raise a child due to his lifestyle and mental health. The pieces clicked into place. Morrison had a daughter, given her up when the mother died, spent the rest of his life alone in these mountains while his child grew up with a different family, never knowing her biological father. And now that daughter was working for the man who'd been trying to steal Morrison's legacy for 50 years. "Does she know?" Sarah asked quietly. "Does Alina know Morrison was her father?" "I don't know, but we need to find out." Jack looked at Alina's business card, at the phone number written in precise script. If she doesn't know, telling her could flip her from Vance's side to ours. If she does know and chose Vance anyway, we need to understand why. Sarah was still reading, absorbing information faster than Jack could process. There's more. In 2018, Alina Drake filed a Freedom of Information request with the Montana Department of Health seeking information about her biological parents. That was rejected due to sealed adoption records. But then in 2019, she petitioned the court to unseal those records. That's when she would have learned her birth name was Moray, and that Henry Morrison was listed as a potential guardian who refused. So she's known for 6 years that Morrison was her father, and she never contacted him, never tried to establish a relationship. Or maybe she tried and he rejected her again. Morrison was paranoid, isolated. He might have seen her approach as a threat, especially if it came after Vance had already been harassing him for decades. Sarah's voice carried sadness now. Imagine being her, finding out your biological father is alive, trying to make contact, getting rejected because he doesn't trust anyone. Then a man like Marcus Vance approaches, offers you a job, tells you stories about your father being mentally ill and dangerous. Vance has been manipulating her for years, probably since she first found out about Morrison. Jack thought about the way Alina had looked at Sarah during the conversation, the comparison she'd been making. Sarah was Morrison's niece through Jack's father. Alina was Morrison's daughter. They were cousins, connected by the bloodline of a man who'd spent 50 years protecting a legacy neither of them knew existed until days ago. We need to approach her, Jack decided. Away from Vance's office, somewhere private. We show her Morrison's journals. We show her the evidence of what Vance has done. We give her the truth about her father before Vance's lies become the only story she knows. And if she doesn't believe us, if she's committed to Vance, then we lose nothing we don't already have. But if there's a chance she's been used, been manipulated into betraying her father's legacy without knowing it, we owe it to Morrison to try. They took the truck into high country, following Morrison's maps to Site 7. The route required 4-wheel drive and clearance that Jack's truck barely had. They bounced over terrain that hadn't seen vehicle traffic in years, probably decades. Morrison had accessed these sites on foot or horseback, not wanting to leave tire tracks that could be followed. Site 7 was marked on the map with a white symbol, different from the colored gemstone markers. Morrison's notes identified it as platinum group metals, the rarest and most valuable deposit on the property. Estimated value, $40 million. The location was a nightmare to reach. They had to abandon the truck a mile away and hike up a slope so steep Jack's thighs burned after the first 100 yards. Sarah kept pace, her youth and determination compensating for lack of experience. They climbed through pine forest that gave way to granite outcroppings, then to alpine meadow dotted with wildflowers that wouldn't last another week before summer heat killed them. The site itself was hidden in a rock formation that looked like a natural cathedral. Granite walls rising 30 feet, a narrow entrance that required squeezing through sideways, and beyond that a chamber lit by sunlight filtering through cracks in the rock above. Beautiful, ethereal, the kind of place that made you understand why Morrison had spent 50 years protecting this land. But there was no metal box here, No cache of gemstones or metals. Instead, they found something that made Jack's blood run cold. Equipment, fresh equipment, digital surveying tools, core sample drilling rigs, GPS markers planted in the ground. Someone had been here recently. Someone with professional mining equipment and knowledge of exactly where to look. Sarah knelt beside the drilling equipment, examined the samples that had been extracted. This is active prospecting. Within the last week, based on the soil disturbance, someone's been surveying this site. Vance's people, they already know about Site 7, which means they know about the platinum, which means Elena's settlement offer is even worse than it appeared. They're not offering us 50% of unknown deposits. They're offering us 50% of deposits they've already surveyed and valued. They know exactly what they're stealing. Jack's phone buzzed. Text message from unknown number. Mr. Dalton, this is Garrett. I know you followed me last night. I know you heard my phone call. I'm not who you think I am. Meet me at the Overlook Pass Site 3. 1 hour. Come alone. I have information that will change everything. Sarah read the message over Jack's shoulder. It's a trap. Probably. Definitely. He knows we know he's working for Vance. Now he's trying to isolate you, get you away from me, kill you somewhere remote. Dad, you can't go. Jack thought about the tone he'd heard in Garrett's voice last night. The reluctance when discussing what happened to the civilians. The resistance to following orders that involved killing a 19-year-old college student. Garrett was a professional, but he was also conflicted. That conflict might be exploitable. I'm going, but you're not coming with me. You stay here, document this site, photograph everything. If I'm not back in 2 hours, you drive to the sheriff's office in Billings. Tell them everything. Give them copies of all our evidence. Dad, no, we stay together. That's how we survive. We survive by being smart. Garrett wants me isolated. Fine. I'll give him that, but I won't be unprepared. I've got weapons, training, and 20 years of experience dealing with people who want to kill me. You've got documentation skills and evidence that needs to be preserved. We split up, we accomplish more and reduce risk. Sarah looked like she wanted to argue, but she'd inherited her mother's pragmatism along with her intelligence. She knew he was right even if she hated it. 2 hours, she said. 1 second past 2 hours, I'm gone. And Dad, if you die because you walked into an obvious trap, I'm going to be really angry with you. Jack almost smiled. I'll keep that in mind. The Overlook Pass Site 3 was exactly the kind of location you'd choose for an ambush. High ground, clear sight lines, multiple approach routes making it impossible to determine which direction a threat might come from. Jack approached it the way he'd approach a sniper hide in hostile territory. Slow, careful, using terrain for concealment, rifle ready, every sense alert. Garrett was already there, standing at the edge of the overlook with his hands clearly visible and empty. He'd positioned himself where anyone approaching would have to expose themselves to reach him. Smart tactics, but he was alone as far as Jack could determine from his reconnaissance. Jack stepped into the open, rifle not quite aimed but ready to come up if needed. You've got 5 minutes to convince me not to shoot you. Garrett turned slowly, hands still visible. I deserve that, but hear me out first. Shoot me after if you still want to. Talk. My real name is Garrett Marcus Vance. Marcus Vance is my father. I'm former Navy SEAL, graduated Bud S 2015, served with Team 3, deployed to Syria and Iraq. Honorable discharge 2020. Now I work private security contracting, which is a polite way of saying I'm a mercenary who does jobs that don't show up on official military records. Garrett's voice was steady, but Jack could see the tension in his shoulders, the shame in how he wouldn't quite meet Jack's eyes. My father hired me 6 months ago, Told me it was personal, family business. He needed someone he could trust absolutely to handle a sensitive situation. Said Morrison had stolen from him 50 years ago, used mental illness as an excuse, and now that the old man was dying, we had one chance to recover what was rightfully ours before it got transferred to some stranger who'd have no idea what he was inheriting. Jack kept his rifle ready, and you believed him. He's my father. He raised me alone after my mother died when I was 8. He put me through college, encouraged me to join the SEALs, supported me through training and deployment and everything that came after. He's the only family I have. So yeah, when he told me Morrison was a thief who'd wronged him, I believed him. Garrett finally looked up, met Jack's eyes directly. I've been watching this property for months, living in that motel, running surveillance, waiting for Morrison to die and for whoever inherited to show up. When you arrived, I activated. My mission parameters were clear. Gain your trust. Map all 8 mining sites. Deliver complete intelligence package including GPS coordinates, access routes, defensive vulnerabilities, and timeline for securing the deposits. Standard reconnaissance operation. And then what, after you delivered the intelligence? Garrett's jaw clenched. That's where things got complicated. Initially, my father told me the plan was pure legal strategy. Use the intelligence to file proper mining claims, establish survey documentation, build an airtight legal case for the partnership. He said once we had overwhelming evidence of the deposit's existence and value, you'd have no choice but to settle. Share the profits or spend decades in court fighting claims you couldn't afford to fight. But that wasn't the real plan. No, last night on that phone call you overheard, my father gave me updated orders. Once the intelligence package is delivered, I'm to ensure you and your daughter don't leave this property alive. Make it look like you got lost while surveying remote terrain. Died of exposure. Your bodies might not be found for weeks or months given how isolated this area is. By the time anyone investigates, my father will have filed adverse possession claims, bribed the local officials he's cultivated for decades, and established legal ownership through a framework that looks entirely legitimate. Jack felt his finger tighten on the trigger. The man in front of him was confessing to planning Jack's murder and Sarah's. The only thing preventing it was apparently Garrett's conscience, which was a thin protection against someone who'd been trained to kill professionally. Why tell me this instead of following orders? Because I started researching after you mentioned your wife. Catherine Dalton died March 2022, single vehicle accident. I pulled the accident report, studied the details, and I recognized the pattern. Garrett's voice cracked slightly. Brake fluid present but levels lower than expected. Brake lines showed age wear according to the mechanic who examined the wreck. It's a textbook covert assassination technique. Score the brake lines, don't cut them completely. Fluid leaks slowly over hours or days. By the time the victim needs to stop suddenly, there's nothing left. Crash looks like mechanical failure or driver error. No evidence of tampering because the damage from impact destroys the cut marks. You've done this before. In Syria, targeting ISIS commanders who thought they were safe in civilian areas. We couldn't use drones or direct action without collateral damage, so we used methods that looked like accidents. Brake line sabotage, gas leak explosions, heart attacks induced by specific toxins that metabolize quickly and leave minimal trace. I was good at it. I thought I was serving my country, eliminating terrorists who deserved to die. Garrett's hands were shaking now. Then I started looking deeper. Your wife wasn't the only one. Robert Hendricks, 1995, geologist, car went off a cliff in Colorado. Same brake line pattern. Amanda Chen, 2003, county clerk, house fire from gas leak that showed evidence of tampering if you knew what to look for. Michael Torres, 2018, attorney, heart attack at 47 with toxicology that showed trace amounts of potassium chloride consistent with induced cardiac arrest. Sarah had been listening from her position, and now she spoke up. 4 murders over 23 years, all connected to your father, all connected to this land. At least 4 that I can confirm. There might be more. My father's been obsessed with these deposits for my entire life. He talks about Morrison the way some men talk about their sworn enemies, like a personal betrayal that can never be forgiven or forgotten. I thought it was just business rivalry. Old men nursing grudges from their youth. I didn't realize I was helping a serial killer. Jack lowered his rifle slightly, not trusting Garrett yet but recognizing genuine horror when he saw it. What changed? What made you decide to betray your father's orders? You did, and your daughter. Last night after that phone call, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the mission briefing. Ensure the civilians don't leave the property alive. I've killed enemy combatants. I've killed terrorists who were planning mass casualties. I've killed in war and in operations that were necessary for national security. But I've never murdered an unarmed American veteran and his 19-year-old daughter for corporate profit. That's not what I was trained for. That's not who I am. Garrett pulled the thumb drive from his pocket with deliberate care, held it up where Jack could see it clearly. This contains everything I've collected over the past 6 months, recordings of my father's phone calls, documentation of the surveillance network he's built, financial records showing payments to the people who killed your wife and the others, communication logs that prove conspiracy to commit murder. It's enough to destroy him, enough to send him to federal prison for the rest of his life. I'm giving it to you because you're the victim. You have standing to use this evidence. I'm implicated by my participation in the surveillance and reconnaissance, so I can't go to authorities without incriminating myself. But you can. Jack took the thumb drive, didn't lower his rifle completely. And what do you get out of this? I get to not be a murderer. I get to sleep at night knowing I didn't kill a good man and his innocent daughter for my father's greed. I get to maybe start making amends for the months I spent helping him plan your deaths. Garrett's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. And I get to walk away from the only family I have left, knowing I did the right thing even though it destroys everything I thought I knew about the man who raised me. Jack made a decision based on instinct that had kept him alive through 2 wars. Garrett was telling the truth. The shame and horror in his voice was genuine. The son discovering his father's evil was a tale as old as humanity, and the pain of it was written all over Garrett's face. Site 8, Jack said. Morrison's maps show 8 locations. We've found 7. Where's the 8th? Garrett shook his head. That's the one thing I don't know. My father's obsessed with it. He thinks Site 8 is the key to everything. Not gemstones or metals, but something else. Evidence, maybe. Proof of his crimes. He's been searching for it for years. That's why he wants you alive just long enough to find it. Then you die and he gets everything. A sound carried across the distance. Helicopter rotors. Jack dropped flat instinctively, pulled Garrett down with him. The helicopter appeared over the ridge, military surplus painted in corporate colors. It circled the overlook twice, searching, then moved on toward Site 7 where Sarah was alone and exposed. They're early, Garrett said. My father wasn't supposed to move until noon. Something's changed. Jack was already running back toward his truck, Garrett keeping pace beside him. 2 hours of careful hiking compressed into 30 minutes of desperate scrambling over terrain that could kill them if they moved too fast. Jack's lungs burned. His legs screamed. But Sarah was alone at Site 7 with a helicopter full of Vance's men closing in. They reached the truck as the helicopter settled into the meadow near Site 7. Jack grabbed his rifle, extra magazines, drove toward the sound of rotors with Garrett directing him along routes only locals would know. Shortcuts. Game trails barely wide enough for vehicles. They bounced over rocks that threatened to tear out the undercarriage, but Jack didn't slow down. They came over a rise and saw it. The helicopter on the ground. 6 men in tactical gear surrounding Sarah, who had her hands raised but her jaw set in defiance. They had her phone, her camera, her backpack with all the documentation she'd been gathering. Jack stopped the truck 300 yards out, grabbed his rifle, found a shooting position behind a boulder. Garrett took position beside him with his own weapon. 6 targets, Jack said, falling into the tactical assessment that was pure muscle memory. Too many for clean engagement. We need to even the odds. Or we need to make them think we have more shooters than we do. Garrett pulled out his phone, started typing. I'm still on their tactical network. I can send false radio traffic. Make them think there's a sheriff's unit responding to reports of illegal mining activity. Buy us time. Do it. While Garrett worked his phone, Jack studied the tactical situation through his rifle scope. The men had Sarah in the center of a circle, clearly visible from all angles to prevent exactly what Jack was attempting. One wrong shot and she'd be in the crossfire. He needed them to separate, to give him clean targeting solutions that didn't risk his daughter. Garrett's phone trick worked. Radio chatter erupted among Vance's men. Jack could see their body language change, uncertainty creeping in. 2 of them moved toward the helicopter to fire it up for emergency extraction. That left 4 with Sarah, and the 2 breaking away created the separation Jack needed. He fired twice. Both men heading for the helicopter dropped. Perfect center mass hits at 300 yards. The suppressor on his rifle meant the shots sounded like branches cracking, not immediately recognizable as gunfire. The remaining 4 scattered, dragging Sarah with them as they sought cover. One made the mistake of breaking toward the rock formation. Jack's 3rd shot caught him in the upper chest, spun him around, dropped him in the open. 3 left, but now they knew they were under fire. They'd gone to ground, using Sarah as a human shield, and they had radios to call for reinforcement. Garrett was already moving, circling wide to flank them. SEAL training evident in how he used terrain, how he moved with purpose and precision. Jack provided covering fire, keeping the remaining 3 pinned while Garrett closed distance. What happened next was over in seconds but felt like hours. Garrett emerged from behind cover, weapon up, challenging the 3 men with professional calm. They recognized him, confusion on their faces. Their boss's son was pointing a gun at them. Let her go, walk away. This doesn't have to end with everyone dead. The lead contractor made his choice, raised his weapon toward Garrett. Jack's rifle cracked. The man dropped. The other 2 threw down their guns, hands raised, clearly done with a fight that had gone catastrophically wrong. Sarah ran toward Jack, stumbling over rough ground, and he caught her, held her tight, felt her shaking with adrenaline and fear but alive. Alive. Garrett zip-tied the 2 survivors, collected their weapons, their phones, their radios. Professional work. He'd done this before in actual combat. We need to move, Garrett said. My father will know this went wrong. He'll send more people, bigger force. We've got maybe an hour before this place is swarming with contractors. Sarah pulled back from Jack, her face fierce despite the tears. Site 8. Morrison left a message carved in the rock at Site 7. I found it while I was surveying. He said the answer to everything is in Site 8, not gemstones, proof, evidence that will destroy Vance completely. Where is Site 8? I don't know the exact location, but Morrison carved coordinates into the granite, and a message. He said the truth is always in the stone. Look where granite meets sky and no man can reach without faith. Jack pulled out Morrison's maps, studied them with fresh eyes. Site 8 wasn't marked with a symbol like the others. It was marked with a simple X at the highest point on the property, a peak that required technical climbing to reach. The kind of location a paranoid Marine would choose to hide his most valuable evidence, because getting to it would require commitment and courage. "We climb," Jack said. "We get to Site 8, retrieve whatever Morrison left there, and we end this today." Garrett looked at the peak, at the terrain between them and that summit, at the tactical situation that would have them exposed and vulnerable for hours. "That's suicide. My father will have men on us before we're halfway up." "Then we better climb fast." Sarah grabbed her gear, checked her phone to make sure the photos she'd taken were backed up to cloud storage. "Morrison spent 50 years protecting this secret. We're not going to give up when we're this close." They left the helicopter and the bodies and the prisoners behind, started the approach to the peak that held Morrison's final secret. Jack led, using mountaineering skills from training exercises he'd run in Afghanistan. Sarah followed, her youth and determination keeping her moving despite exhaustion. Garrett brought up the rear, watching their six, ready to fight the delaying action if Vance's men caught them. The climb was brutal. Steep slopes that required hands and feet, loose rock that shifted under every step, exposure that meant one wrong move would result in a fall that would kill them. But they pushed higher, driven by desperation and purpose, and the knowledge that Catherine and Morrison and 4 others had died for whatever truth waited at the summit. They were 3/4 of the way up when Jack heard it. More helicopters, multiple aircraft. Vance wasn't sending a small team this time. He was sending an army. "Move faster," Jack urged. "They'll be on us in minutes." The helicopters came into view, 3 of them, military surplus Black Hawks carrying maybe 20 men total, overwhelming force. The kind of deployment that said Marcus Vance had decided to end this permanently, legal consequences be damned. They reached a ledge 40 feet from the summit, too exposed to continue climbing with helicopters overhead. Jack pulled Sarah and Garrett into a crevice in the rock face, weapons ready, preparing for the last stand that was coming. But the helicopters didn't land immediately. They circled, searchlights playing across the rock face looking for something. Jack realized with growing horror what they were searching for. Site 8. Vance didn't just want them dead. He wanted the evidence destroyed first. Sarah pointed to a formation above them. A natural cave entrance hidden in shadow, only visible from this specific angle. Granite meeting sky. A place no man could reach without faith that the climb wouldn't kill him. "That's it," she whispered. "That's Site 8. Jack made a decision. "Garrett, you and I hold here. We've got elevation advantage, limited approach routes. We can hold them for a while. Sarah, you climb, get to that cave, find whatever Morrison left, document it, upload it to every platform you can reach, make it public before they can stop us." "Dad, I can't leave you too." "You can and you will. This is the mission, complete it. Marines don't quit, Daltons don't quit, climb." Sarah looked between her father and the cave entrance above, 40 feet of vertical rock that would test every ounce of skill and courage she had. Then she nodded, grabbed handholds, started climbing. The helicopters chose that moment to land, rotors kicking up dust and debris that made visibility difficult. Men rappelled down fast ropes with the practiced efficiency of military special operations, not civilian contractors. These weren't rent-a-cops. These were professionals, former spec ops, the kind of men who'd fought in real wars before taking corporate money to fight dirtier ones. 20 operators against 2 defenders with limited ammunition and no escape route. The math was brutal, but Jack had faced similar odds in Fallujah during the Second Battle, when his sniper team had been cut off and surrounded. He'd survived then through superior positioning, disciplined fire control, and willingness to do whatever was necessary. He'd survive now, or die trying. He sighted on the first contractor to emerge from the helicopter, a big man moving with the heavy confidence of someone who thought they owned this mountain. Jack's finger settled on the trigger with the familiar pressure that his muscle memory knew better than conscious thought. Breath in, halfway out, natural pause, squeeze. The rifle kicked against his shoulder. The target dropped, headshot, dead before his body hit the granite. 19 left. Garrett fired from beside him. 3 round bursts that showed excellent fire discipline, taking down 2 more contractors who'd moved away from the helicopter toward their flank. The remaining men scattered for cover immediately, professional response to being under fire, using terrain and each other for concealment. "Conserve ammunition," Jack said quietly. "Make every shot count. We need to make them think twice about rushing us." "Copy that." Garrett's voice was steady despite the adrenaline, SEAL training taking over. "I've got the left approach. You take center and right." Above them, Sarah climbed. Jack could hear the scrape of her boots on granite, the small sounds of loose rock falling away from handholds. 40 feet of vertical face that required every ounce of courage she had. Don't look down. Don't think about falling. Just climb. Find the next handhold. Trust the rock. Trust yourself. The contractors were coordinating now, using hand signals and tactical movement patterns that suggested they'd trained together extensively. They'd taken casualties, but they hadn't panicked. They were adapting, flanking, looking for angles that would let them engage Jack and Garrett without exposing themselves to direct fire. One team of 4 moved left, using a boulder field for concealment. Garrett tracked them, waited for the moment when they had to cross open ground. His rifle spoke 4 times in rapid succession. 3 fell. The 4th made it to cover, wounded but mobile. 16 plus 1 wounded, Garrett called out. "They're going to try saturation, rush from multiple directions simultaneously. We won't be able to cover all approaches." Then we fall back to secondary position. That narrow defile 30 feet behind us. They can only come at us 1 or 2 at a time there. That leaves Sarah exposed during her climb. "Can't help that. We're buying time, not holding ground permanently. Move on my signal." Jack fired twice more, suppressing movement he'd seen trying to establish a forward position. The contractors were getting smarter, using smoke grenades now to obscure their movements. Within seconds, gray smoke was drifting across the mountainside, reducing visibility to less than 20 yards. Now, Jack grabbed his rifle, scrambled backward toward the defile, Garrett covering his movement. They reached the narrow gap in the rocks just as the contractors rushed their previous position, finding it empty. Confusion, reshuffling, valuable seconds bought. From the defile, Jack and Garrett had perfect defensive positioning. The gap was barely 6 feet wide, with sheer rock walls on both sides. Anyone trying to come through would be funneled into a kill zone where 2 defenders with rifles could hold off dozens of attackers. It was the kind of terrain that made up for numerical disadvantage. The contractors recognized the problem. They pulled back, regrouped, and Jack knew what was coming next. Grenades. They'd try to blast the defenders out with explosives rather than risk infantry assault through a fatal funnel. "Fragmentation incoming," Garrett warned, seeing the same tactical assessment. The first grenade bounced off rock near the defile entrance, detonated with a crack that echoed off granite walls. Shrapnel screamed overhead. 2 more grenades followed, bracketing the position, trying to kill or wound or at least suppress the defenders enough for an assault team to rush through. But Jack and Garrett had pulled back deeper into the defile, around a bend that protected them from the blast effects. The grenades wasted themselves against rock that had been here for millions of years and wasn't impressed by modern explosives. Above, Sarah pulled herself over the lip of the cave entrance, disappeared into darkness beyond. She'd made it. Now she needed time to find whatever Morrison had hidden. Time Jack and Garrett had to buy with blood and bullets and stubborn refusal to die. The contractors tried 3 times to rush the defile. 3 times they were driven back by precise, disciplined fire from defenders who knew the value of every round. Bodies piled up at the entrance. Wounded men screaming for help. The attack stalled. Then the helicopters fired up again, rotors spinning to flight speed. Jack realized with sick certainty what was coming next. They couldn't get ground troops through the defile, so they were going aerial. The helicopters would fly up to the cave entrance where Sarah was exposed, drop men directly onto her position. "They're going for Sarah." Jack started to move, but Garrett grabbed his arm. "You can't reach her in time, but I can." Garrett pointed to a crack in the rock wall above them, barely visible. "Climbing route. Goes straight up the back side of this formation. I'm a better climber than you. Let me go. You hold here, keep them bottled up." Jack wanted to argue, wanted to be the one protecting his daughter. But Garrett was right. He was younger, faster, trained in tactical climbing from SEAL operations. He had the better chance of reaching Sarah before the helicopters did. "Go, I'll hold." Garrett moved like liquid up the crack in the rock, fingers finding holds that Jack couldn't even see, body flowing upward with practiced efficiency. Within seconds, he was 20 feet up and climbing faster. The helicopters were lifting off, gaining altitude, beginning their approach to the cave entrance. It was going to be close. Jack turned his attention back to the defile where the contractors were preparing another assault. They'd brought up more grenades, maybe thermite or white phosphorus this time, something that would burn rather than just blast. They were getting desperate, getting angry. Good. Angry people made mistakes. He steadied his rifle, controlled his breathing, and prepared to make the most important stand of his life. Sarah was in that cave. Morrison's final evidence was in that cave. The truth that would destroy Marcus Vance and vindicate 50 years of sacrifice. And Jack Dalton, drunk rancher who'd failed at everything that mattered for 2 years, was the last line of defense between that truth and the men who wanted to bury it forever. His rifle cracked. Another contractor fell. Jack's face was set in grim determination. He'd bought Sarah time to climb, bought Garrett time to reach her. Now he'd buy them however much time they needed, even if the price was measured in his own blood. The Marine who'd saved lives in Fallujah. The father who'd failed his daughter after her mother's death. The heir to Morrison's legacy of protecting what mattered against overwhelming odds. All of it came together in this moment, in this narrow gap of rock, with bullets flying and explosives detonating, and everything Jack had ever been or would be reduced to one simple truth. Marines don't quit. They hold the line, they complete the mission, they protect their own. Jack Dalton was done running from his failures, done drinking away his pain, done being less than what his father and Morrison and Catherine had believed he could be. He was making his stand. And God help anyone who tried to get past him. Inside the cave, Sarah's flashlight beam cut through darkness that felt older than humanity. The passage was narrow at first, forcing her to crawl on hands and knees over stone worn smooth by water that had stopped flowing centuries ago. Her breathing echoed off walls that pressed close enough to touch on both sides. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, to escape the suffocating confines of rock and shadow. But below, her father was fighting impossible odds to buy her time. She wouldn't waste his sacrifice by giving in to fear. The passage opened after 20 feet into a chamber that made her breath catch. Natural cathedral carved from living granite, ceiling lost in darkness above, walls covered with something that made her geology training spark with recognition, crystalline formations, mineral deposits that caught her flashlight and threw back colors she'd never seen in nature. But she wasn't here for geology. She was here for evidence. Morrison's message carved into stone at Site 7 had been clear. The truth is always in the stone. Look where granite meets sky and no man can reach without faith. This chamber was the heart of that truth. And somewhere in this space, Morrison had hidden the evidence that would destroy Marcus Vance. She found it against the far wall. Not a metal box this time. A vault. Actual bank vault door set into solid granite, the kind that required professional installation and serious commitment to security. The door itself was probably worth $50,000, stainless steel construction with combination lock mechanism that looked military grade. Morrison hadn't just hidden evidence here. He'd built a fortress to protect it. The kind of security that said whatever was inside mattered more than money, more than gemstones, more than anything else he'd protected. The vault door had a combination lock, old mechanical type that predated electronics. 3 dials, each numbered 0 through 99. Sarah studied it, her mind racing through possibilities. Morrison would have chosen numbers that meant something, that connected to family, to legacy, to the people he'd protected from a distance his entire adult life. She tried her mother Catherine's birthday, 3/29/79. The lock didn't budge. Her own birthday, 8/17/2006. Nothing. Jack's military service number from his dog tags, the one she'd memorized from seeing it on his gear her whole childhood. Still nothing. The wrong combination might trigger a lockout mechanism or worse, destroy the evidence inside. She needed to think like Morrison, paranoid, protective. But ultimately driven by love for people. He'd never been able to show that love directly. Then she remembered the photograph in Morrison's cabin. The 2 young Marines in Vietnam, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning despite the dirt and exhaustion and fear that must have been constant. Tom Dalton and Henry Morrison, brothers in arms in a war that had broken both of them in different ways. The date written on the back in faded ink. March 15, 1968. Key San. The day her grandfather had saved Morrison's life, running through enemy fire to pull a wounded Marine to safety. Her fingers worked the combination with trembling precision. 3/15/68. The lock clicked. The sound echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. The vault door swung open on hinges that moved smoothly despite decades without use. Morrison had maintained this, had come here regularly even as his body failed and his lungs filled with fluid and every breath became a battle, had climbed this mountain and opened this vault and updated his evidence right up until the end, had protected this truth until his last breath. Inside the vault, organized with military precision that would have impressed a Marine Corps quartermaster, was everything. File boxes, dozens of them. Heavy cardboard archival boxes designed to preserve documents for decades. Each one labeled in Morrison's precise handwriting with categories that told a story of systematic evidence collection spanning half a century. Evidence, witness statements, financial records, communications intercepts, photographs, audio recordings, legal documents, chain of custody logs, authentication certificates. But there was more. Morrison had thought of everything. Each file box was accompanied by a detailed index, cross-referenced to other boxes, organized to make prosecution easy even for attorneys who'd never met him. Digital backups on multiple hard drives, each one labeled with encryption keys and access instructions. Backup copies stored in different formats to ensure technology changes wouldn't render the evidence inaccessible. The man had been paranoid, yes, but his paranoia had produced documentation that would make federal prosecutors weep with joy. And at the very front, in a position of honor, was a letter addressed simply, "To whoever finds this." The envelope was sealed with wax, old-fashioned but effective. Sarah broke the seal carefully, unfolded pages that Morrison had written in the final weeks of his life when every word was an effort. The handwriting was Morrison's but shakier than his earlier journals, written in the final weeks of his life when every breath was a struggle, and holding a pen required concentration. If you're reading this, I'm dead. And if you're reading this in this chamber, you've survived long enough to reach the truth I spent 50 years protecting. My name is Henry James Morrison, Gunnery Sergeant, United States Marine Corps, retired. I am of sound mind but failing body as I write this on February 8, 2025. The doctors say I have weeks, maybe days. My lungs are shot, copped from decades of dusty mining work without proper respiratory protection. Emphysema so severe I can't walk 10 feet without stopping to catch breath that won't come. I could die in a hospital, comfortable, medicated, surrounded by machines that would buy me a few more days of suffering. Instead, I'm dying here, in my cabin, on my mountain, with my mission incomplete but my evidence preserved. Sarah had to stop reading, wipe tears from her eyes. Morrison had died alone just like everyone feared veterans dying. But he hadn't died defeated. He died still fighting, still protecting, still working to ensure the truth would survive even if he didn't. What follows is my sworn testimony regarding criminal conspiracy, multiple homicides, and systematic corruption spanning 5 decades. I swear under penalty of perjury that everything I document here is true to the best of my knowledge, witnessed by me personally or corroborated through evidence I personally collected. I have notarized this testimony before County Clerk Jennifer Martinez on February 1, 2025. Her signature and seal are attached. The letter went on for 6 pages, single-spaced, no wasted words. Morrison documenting everything with the precision of a Marine filing a field report. The 1974 partnership with Marcus Vance. How they'd met in a veteran support group, both men struggling with PTSD, both looking for purpose after war. How they discovered geological anomalies while hiking together, trying to find peace in mountains that didn't shoot back. The initial excitement of discovery. The partnership agreement filed in good faith by 2 men who thought they could build something meaningful together. Then the divergence. Vance wanting immediate extraction, maximum profit, damn the environmental consequences or legal complexities. Morrison wanting sustainable development, proper permits, responsible stewardship of land that had given them both a reason to keep living. Arguments that grew heated. Vance's personality changing, becoming aggressive, paranoid about Morrison trying to steal the deposits. Accusations, threats, violence. On November 23, 1975, Marcus Vance attempted to murder me. We were surveying the high country sites, just the 2 of us, miles from anyone who could intervene. He accused me of planning to cut him out of the partnership. I denied it. I showed him my documentation proving I was still committed to 50-50 development. He didn't believe me, said I was lying, said paranoid, said damaged. Then he attacked me with a rock hammer, the kind geologists use for sampling. Hit me in the head 3 times before I could defend myself. I went down, thought I was dead, but my Marine training kicked in. I fought back, took the hammer away from him, hit him once in self-defense. He went down, I thought I'd killed him. I called for emergency rescue. He spent 3 months in the hospital, brain injury, permanent damage to his frontal lobe, the part that controls impulse and moral reasoning. The doctors said his personality would never be the same. They were right. Sarah felt sick reading about violence between 2 broken veterans who'd been trying to heal together. Morrison had injured Vance in self-defense, but that injury had turned Vance into something worse. A man with no moral governor, no empathy, no limits on what he'd do to get what he wanted. I should have pressed charges, should have documented the assault legally, but I was afraid. PTSD was destroying my judgment. I was seeing enemies everywhere, trusting no one, convinced the legal system was corrupt and Vance had already bought officials who'd destroy me in court. So I did the worst thing possible. I refiled all the mining claims in my name only, cutting Vance out completely. I convinced myself it was self-defense, protecting myself from a man who'd tried to kill me. But legally, I stole from my partner, gave Vance legitimate grievance he'd exploit for 50 years. The honesty was devastating. Morrison acknowledging his own fault, taking responsibility for the decision that had triggered decades of conflict, not excusing himself, not claiming perfect victimhood, just documenting truth even when truth made him look bad. But the most damning part came in the next pages, where Morrison documented Vance's systematic campaign of violence against anyone who threatened his plans. Marcus Vance didn't just want the gemstones. He wanted control of the entire resource extraction corridor through this region. The deposits on my property were just the beginning of a network of claims he was building across 3 counties. He bribed county officials to suppress competing claims. County Clerk Martin Stevens received $50,000 in 1989 to lose paperwork filed by rival prospectors. Treasurer Alice Wong received $75,000 in 1995 to manipulate property tax assessments, making it financially impossible for small operators to maintain their claims. Assessor David Chen, no relation to victim Amanda Chen, received $100,000 in 2001 to classify competitor properties as environmentally sensitive, blocking development permits. Morrison named names, provided bank records, documented payoffs that went back decades. This wasn't just evidence of murder. This was evidence of systemic corruption that had infected local government for generations. He hired contractors to sabotage rival operations. Fire at the Henderson mining camp, 1987, blamed on faulty propane tank but actually caused by professional arson. Equipment failure at Morrison Creek Prospecting, 1993, blamed on operator error but actually deliberate sabotage of hydraulic systems. Landslide at Summit Geological Survey Site, 1998, blamed on natural causes but triggered by controlled explosives placed by Vance's contractors. And when sabotage wasn't enough, he ordered deaths. Sarah felt tears streaming down her face. Here it was, proof. Morrison's sworn testimony, but testimony alone wasn't enough. Vance would claim Morrison was mentally ill, paranoid, unreliable. She needed corroboration. She grabbed the first file box, financial records, bank statements showing payments from Vance Extraction Industries to various shell companies, cross-referenced with death certificates. Each murder had been preceded by a payment of exactly $100,000 to a different offshore account. The pattern was unmistakable. Vance had paid for 6 killings over 30 years, each one documented with financial precision. The second box held recordings, cassette tapes for the early years, digital files for recent ones. Morrison had been recording Vance for decades, phone calls, in-person conversations captured with hidden microphones, audio evidence of Vance ordering surveillance, ordering intimidation, ordering deaths. Sarah grabbed a portable recorder she'd brought in her geology kit, started playing the most recent file. Dated January 2025, 1 month before Morrison's death. Vance's voice, unmistakable and cold. The old man's dying, probably has less than 2 months. When he goes, the property transfers to his heir. I need that heir identified immediately, and I need options prepared. Legal pressure first. If that fails, more permanent solutions. I've waited 50 years for this. I'm not losing it in the final round because some stranger inherits what's rightfully mine. Another voice, younger, professional. Sir, permanent solutions carry significant risk. If the heir is high profile or has family that will push for investigation, we could face exposure. Vance's response was chilling. Then make sure the investigation finds exactly what we want it to find: accidents, natural causes. We've done this 6 times successfully. We'll do it again if necessary. I want that land. I want those deposits. And I want Henry Morrison's legacy erased like he never existed. Sarah's phone buzzed, text from her father. Hold position. More hostiles inbound. Upload everything you find to cloud storage now. If we don't make it out, the evidence has to survive. She connected her phone to the portable recorder, started uploading audio files. Then she photographed documents, financial records, Morrison's testimony, cross-referenced evidence. Her phone's storage filled rapidly. She switched to direct cloud upload, sending everything to multiple services simultaneously. Google Drive, Dropbox, OneDrive, even social media platforms, making the evidence so widely distributed that Vance couldn't suppress it even with all his resources. Outside the cave, the sound of gunfire intensified. Sarah worked faster, desperate to finish before the battle reached her position. Below at the defile, Jack was down to his last magazine. He'd held this position for 30 minutes against overwhelming numbers, but the contractors were adapting. They'd brought up a light machine gun, were pouring suppressive fire into the narrow gap while assault teams maneuvered for flanking positions. Jack couldn't cover all approaches anymore. The defensive position was failing. He fired twice more, dropped a contractor who'd gotten too confident. Then his rifle clicked empty, magazine out. Last one in. 20 rounds between him and hand-to-hand combat against trained killers. The math had turned terminal. A new sound cut through the chaos. Different helicopter, heavier, executive model. It circled once, then landed on the far side of the battlefield, away from the fighting. The door opened and Marcus Vance stepped out, moving like a man 20 years younger than his 58 years, distinguished, commanding. The silver-haired CEO who'd built an empire on blood and lies. He walked toward the defile with absolute confidence, flanked by 2 personal bodyguards but clearly unarmed himself. The contractors ceased fire at his approach, fell back into tactical positions but held their fire. Vance was taking direct command. Gunnery Sergeant Dalton, Vance's voice carried clearly across the mountain, pitched to project authority and control even in chaos. This is pointless theater. You've killed 6 of my men today, wounded 4 more who'll carry scars for the rest of their lives. You've proven you're everything your service record claims, a warrior, a survivor, a man who doesn't quit even when quitting is the rational choice. I respect that, I respect you, but respect doesn't change mathematics. You're alone. You're down to your last magazine, maybe 15 rounds if you were fully loaded when this started. You're defending a position that can't be held against numbers you can't overcome. Surrender now, this minute, and you live. Your daughter lives. We settle this in court like civilized men instead of dying on this mountain like savages who forgot we left the war behind decades ago. Jack didn't respond immediately. Just maintained his sight picture through the rifle scope, finger resting on the trigger with the familiar pressure his muscle memory knew better than conscious thought, waiting for Vance to make the mistake of stepping into effective range where one shot could end this. I knew your father, Vance continued, and there was something in his voice now that sounded almost genuine, almost human beneath the calculated manipulation. Tom Dalton, rifleman, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, served at Key Sand during the siege. Good Marine. Brave man beyond question. He and Morrison were close in Vietnam, brothers in that way only war creates. When Morrison was pinned down by North Vietnamese fire, certain to die if someone didn't act, your father didn't hesitate. Ran through machine gun fire to pull Morrison to safety. Took shrapnel meant for Morrison. Carried him 300 yards to the extraction point while Morrison bled from leg wounds that would have killed him without immediate medevac. Your father saved Morrison's life that day. Morrison never forgot it. That's why he left you this inheritance. Not charity. Repayment of a blood debt 50 years overdue. Jack felt the words land like physical blows. Vance had done his research, knew details about Jack's father that Jack himself had never learned. Tom Dalton had died when Jack was 20, cancer taking him fast, and he'd never talked much about the war. Just fragments, hints, the kind of silence that spoke volumes about experiences too terrible to share. But Morrison was damaged even then, Sergeant Dalton. Your father saved a man who was already breaking under the weight of what he'd seen, what he'd done. PTSD wasn't diagnosed or treated properly back then. We just called it shell shock or battle fatigue and told men to tough it out. Morrison tried. God knows he tried. But after the war he got worse, not better. Paranoid delusions, violent episodes, inability to trust anyone or function in society. I tried to help him when we partnered after the war. Tried to be his friend, his brother, the anchor that would keep him connected to humanity. He refused help, chose isolation and suspicion over healing and connection. Vance took a step closer, still out of effective rifle range but getting bolder, testing to see if Jack would fire, revealing his exact position if he did. What he told you about me, about our partnership, about the 50 years that followed, it's the story of a broken man who couldn't distinguish reality from his own fears. I didn't try to kill him in 1975. We had an argument, yes. A physical altercation, yes. Two PTSD-damaged veterans losing control in the wilderness where no one could intervene. But it was mutual combat, not attempted murder. We both ended up in the hospital. We both suffered brain injuries. The difference is I got treatment. I got therapy. I learned to manage my trauma and build a productive life. Morrison refused all treatment and descended into paranoia so deep he spent 50 years convinced I was trying to kill him when all I ever wanted was to help him. The lie was smooth, practiced. Vance had been telling this version for so long he probably half believed it himself. The reasonable man trying to help his damaged friend. The patient partner waiting for justice. The victim of Morrison's paranoid theft, more sinned against than sinning. I've built a company worth $500 million, Sergeant. Created 2,000 jobs across 6 states. Extracted minerals that power medical equipment saving lives, technology advancing society, industrial processes that make modern life possible. I've done good in this world. Real, measurable good. What did Morrison build? A cabin in the woods where he died alone, coughing up his lungs, with nothing to show for 50 years except journals full of paranoid ravings about conspiracies that existed only in his broken mind. Look at the evidence objectively. Look at what we each accomplished. Which man actually served humanity? Which legacy deserves to be preserved? Before Jack could formulate a response that wouldn't reveal his position, another voice cut through the confrontation. Female, authoritative, shaking with rage barely contained by professional training. The legacy that matters is truth, and you're a liar. Elena Drake walked into view from the back route, having climbed up the same approach Jack's group had used hours earlier. She carried her laptop open, screen facing outward toward Vance and his contractors, playing audio that echoed across the mountainside with crystal clarity. Vance's own voice from recordings Morrison had made, captured with hidden microphones over decades of surveillance. Clear, unmistakable, damning beyond any possibility of denial. Vance's recorded voice. The old man's dying. Emphysema. Weeks, maybe days. When he goes, the property transfers to whoever he named in his will. I need that heir identified immediately. I need complete background on their vulnerabilities, their weaknesses, their pressure points. And I need options prepared. Legal pressure first. Make them understand the case they're facing is unwinnable without resources they don't have. If legal pressure fails, if they're stubborn or stupid enough to fight, move to more permanent solutions. I've waited 50 years for this land, these deposits. I'm not losing them in the final round because some random heir thinks Morrison's paranoid delusions are more credible than my documented partnership claims. Another voice, younger, professional. Sir, permanent solutions carry significant risk. If the heir is high profile or has family that will push for investigation, we could face exposure we can't control. Vance's response cold and final. Then make sure the investigation finds exactly what we want it to find: accidents, natural causes, suicides if the target profile supports it. We've done this successfully 6 times over 30 years. Hendricks, Chen, Martinez, Stokes, Torres, Catherine, Dalton. Each one looked like random tragedy because we planned properly and executed professionally. We'll do it again if necessary. I want that land. I want those deposits. I want Henry Morrison's theft corrected and his legacy erased like he never existed. The audio continued playing, more recordings, more evidence, but Vance's face had already told the story. Shock, then calculation, then rage as he realized his own words were destroying him. Alina, his voice was tight, controlled, but anger leaked through. What are you doing? Where did you get those files? My job, which I thought was protecting your legal interests and pursuing legitimate claims against Morrison's estate, turns out I've been helping you cover up serial murder. Alina's voice shook but held steady, prosecutors' training taking over. You told me Morrison was mentally ill. You showed me partnership documents that looked legitimate. You made me believe I was fighting for justice, recovering what was rightfully yours from a paranoid thief. But Sarah Dalton sent me files 20 minutes ago. Morrison's complete evidence package from Site 8. Financial records showing payments totaling $600,000 to offshore accounts, each payment preceding one of the deaths you just confessed to ordering on that recording. Audio recordings of you planning murders, ordering surveillance, coordinating cover-ups. Sworn testimony from Morrison taken before a notary 1 week before his death, documenting 50 years of your crimes with corroborating evidence for each claim. Alina pulled out a paper, hands shaking with fury, held it up for everyone to see. Official laboratory letterhead, genetic testing results. And DNA analysis I ran using samples from Morrison's cabin comparing to my own genetic profile. 99.97% probability of paternal relationship. Henry Morrison was my biological father. The man you told me was too dangerous and unstable to contact safely. The man you said abandoned me because he was incapable of human love or connection. The man whose legacy you've had me help you steal and destroy for the past 6 years. He was my father. And you used me to attack my own family without telling me who they were. Vance's mask of civility cracked. Your father was a thief who stole from me. Everything I've done has been recovering what he took. You're letting emotion cloud your judgment. I'm letting evidence guide my conscience, something you stopped doing 50 years ago. Alina turned to the contractors. This operation is over. I'm Marcus Vance's attorney of record. As of this moment, I'm withdrawing all legal representation and filing emergency motions with federal prosecutors. Every man here is participating in conspiracy to commit murder. Anyone who continues following orders after this notification becomes personally liable for criminal prosecution. The contractors looked at each other, uncertainty spreading. These were professionals. They understood legal exposure. Alina had just made this job toxic. Vance's composure shattered completely. You're fired. Your legal opinion is worthless. These men follow my orders, not yours. He turned to his team. Secure the cave. Retrieve whatever Morrison left there. Eliminate anyone who resists. That's a direct order. Nobody moved. The calculus had changed. Alina's announcement had made this a federal case. Continuing meant potential life sentences, not just corporate paychecks. Sir, one of the contractors said carefully, maybe we should reconsider the tactical situation. I'm not paying you to reconsider. I'm paying you to follow orders. Now move. The sound of additional helicopters saved the contractors from having to decide. But these weren't Vance's aircraft. These were law enforcement, sheriff's markings, FBI identifiers, coming in fast with lights and sirens that announced official authority. Sarah's uploads had triggered something. Someone had seen the evidence. Someone with power had responded. Sheriff Cruz's voice boomed over megaphone from the lead helicopter. "This is Sheriff Daniel Cruz of Soroka County Sheriff's Department, operating in coordination with FBI field office billings. You are all under observation for potential violations of federal law. Everyone on this mountain is to lay down weapons immediately. Anyone who fails to comply will be treated as hostile." The contractors dropped their weapons with visible relief. This gave them legal cover to disengage. They were following law enforcement orders, not abandoning their employer. Professional mercenaries knew when a mission had gone terminal. Vance stood alone among his surrendering men, face twisted with rage and disbelief. 50 years of planning, 50 years of waiting, and it was collapsing in minutes because his own attorney had turned against him. "You've ruined everything," he said to Alina, voice venomous. "I gave you a career, a purpose. I helped you find your father when no one else cared, and this is how you repay me. You used me, manipulated me, made me complicit in destroying my own father's legacy without knowing it. You're going to prison, Marcus, for the rest of your life, and I'm going to make sure everyone knows exactly who you are and what you've done." Vance moved fast for a man his age. His hand went to a concealed holster, came up with a pistol that hadn't been visible before, not pointing at Alina, pointing at the cave entrance where Sarah was exposed and vulnerable. "If I can't have it, no one will." Jack was already moving, rifle coming up, but he was too far away, wrong angle, couldn't get a clean shot without risking Sarah. Garrett was still climbing, 30 seconds from reaching the cave. Alina was unarmed. The contractors had dropped weapons and stepped back. Only one person was positioned correctly, Sheriff Cruz. His rifle cracked from the helicopter door. Vance's pistol went spinning away, his hand shattered. He dropped to his knees, screaming. Cruz's helicopter touched down, FBI agents pouring out with weapons drawn. They swarmed Vance, secured him with professional efficiency. Read him rights he probably couldn't hear over his own cursing. The man who'd killed 6 people over 50 years was finally in custody, finally facing justice. Jack lowered his rifle, felt the adrenaline drain away, leaving exhaustion that made his legs weak. He'd held the line, bought Sarah time, completed the mission. Above him, Garrett reached the cave entrance, helped Sarah gather the evidence boxes Morrison had assembled. The truth was coming out. The lies were ending. Alina walked to Jack, stood facing him across the ground where men had died minutes before. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. If I'd known Morrison was my father, if I'd known what Vance was really doing, I never would have helped him. I would have stopped him years ago." "You stopped him today. That's what matters." "Sarah sent me everything Morrison documented, including entries about me. How he gave me up after my mother died because he was afraid Vance would use me against him. How he watched me from a distance my whole life, making sure I was safe but never making contact because contact would put me at risk. He loved me. He protected me. And I spent the last 6 years working for the man who killed people my father cared about." Jack saw the grief in her face, the guilt that came from unknowing complicity in evil. He knew that guilt intimately. He'd spent 2 years thinking he'd caused Catherine's death through his own failures. The truth was more complicated than guilt. It always was. "Morrison would be proud of you. You made the right choice when it mattered. That's all anyone can do." Sarah emerged from the cave, arms full of evidence boxes, Garrett helping her navigate the difficult descent. She saw Alina, stopped, studied her with the same analytical intensity she brought to everything. 2 women connected by the bloodline of a man who'd protected them both without either knowing until it was almost too late. "You're Morrison's daughter," Sarah said. "It wasn't a question." "And you're his niece. We're cousins, family." Alina's voice broke. I'm sorry I threatened you. I'm sorry I helped the man who killed your mother. If I could take it back, change the last 6 years, I would." Sarah set down the evidence boxes, walked straight to Alina and hugged her. Simple, direct, the way Catherine would have done it. Forgiveness without conditions. Family without hesitation. Morrison spent his whole life protecting people from a distance. We're not going to make that mistake. We're family. We're in this together. FBI agents were everywhere now, documenting the scene, collecting weapons, separating witnesses for interviews. Special Agent Rebecca Walsh approached Jack, showed credentials, asked the question everyone would be asking for months. "Can you explain what happened here?" Jack looked at the defile where he'd made his stand, at the cave where Morrison's evidence had waited 50 years for discovery, at the mountain that had tested everyone and found most of them wanting. How did you explain a legacy of sacrifice and paranoia and love that stretched across generations? Henry Morrison spent 50 years fighting a war nobody knew about. Today we finished it. Everything you need to know is in those evidence boxes. Financial records, audio recordings, sworn testimony. Morrison documented everything. He just needed someone willing to believe him and act on it. Walsh looked at the boxes Sarah and Garrett were loading into FBI evidence bags. "This is going to take months to process, maybe years to prosecute." Morrison waited 50 years. We can wait as long as it takes for justice. The FBI took Vance away in restraints, loaded him into a helicopter that would take him directly to federal detention. As he passed Jack, he stopped, looked at the Marine who'd held impossible ground and won. "You should have taken my money, should have walked away rich. Instead you chose poverty and principle. You're a fool." Marines don't measure worth in money. We measure it in mission completion. I completed mine. You failed yours. Who's the real fool? Vance had no answer. They flew him away to face trials that would consume the final years of his life, spending his fortune on legal defense that wouldn't save him from evidence Morrison had assembled with patient precision. As the sun set over the Absaroka Range, Jack sat with Sarah and Alina on the rocks outside Morrison's cave. Garrett had already left, heading back to whatever life he'd build after betraying his father for conscience. The contractors had been detained for questioning, but would likely walk with immunity in exchange for testimony. Sheriff Cruz was coordinating with FBI to secure the crime scene and protect the mining sites from looters. It was over. The shooting, the running, the desperate gambles over. Sarah leaned against Jack's shoulder, exhausted beyond words. "What happens now?" "Now we honor Morrison's legacy the right way. We develop these deposits sustainably. We use the profits to fund veteran mental health programs. We make sure his sacrifice meant something more than just money. And the evidence goes public. All of it. We make sure everyone knows what happened here. We give Morrison the vindication he earned. And we make sure Catherine and the other victims are remembered as more than just statistics in Vance's body count." Alina pulled out her phone, opened social media, started typing. "I'm already working on that. Full disclosure. My relationship to Morrison. My unknowing complicity in Vance's crimes. Everything. The truth starts now." Jack watched her work, saw Catherine's determination in how she approached the task. Truth-telling, witness-bearing, making sure the story got told right. His wife would have liked Alina, would have welcomed her into the family without hesitation. "Morrison left you something," Sarah said to Alina, pulling out a letter from one of the evidence boxes. "It's addressed to you. He must have written it hoping you'd eventually find your way here." Alina took the letter with trembling hands, opened it carefully. Read in silence while tears streamed down her face. When she finished, she handed it to Sarah and Jack to read together. Morrison's handwriting, stronger than his final letters, written years earlier when he'd still hoped for reconciliation. Alina, if you're reading this, you've learned the truth about our connection. I'm sorry I gave you up. Sorry I wasn't strong enough to be your father when you needed me. After your mother died, I was drowning in PTSD and paranoia. I couldn't protect myself, let alone a 2-year-old child. Giving you to a family who could raise you properly was the hardest decision I ever made. Harder than war, harder than 50 years alone. But I watched you from a distance, saw you graduate high school. Saw you go to college, saw you become someone strong and smart and capable. I'm proud of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say it in person, but I'm proud of who you became without me. That proves you didn't need me to succeed. You had everything inside you all along. Love, Dad. Alina folded the letter carefully, held it close. The father she'd never known had loved her all along, had sacrificed his own chance at family to give her a better life. The ultimate act of love from a broken man who'd lost everything else but held onto protecting the daughter he couldn't raise. He was a good man, Alina said quietly. Damaged, paranoid, isolated, but good. He spent his life fighting evil and protecting people who didn't know they needed protection. That's a legacy worth preserving. Jack thought about his own father, Tom Dalton, who'd saved Morrison's life in Vietnam and never mentioned it. About Morrison, who'd protected Tom's family for 50 years in repayment. About Catherine, who died searching for family history. About Sarah, who'd risked everything to finish what her mother started. Legacy wasn't about money or land or gemstones worth millions. Legacy was about the people you protected, the principles you refused to compromise, the truth you fought for even when fighting was easier than winning. Morrison had left a legacy measured in courage, not currency, in sacrifice, not success, in choosing the hard right over the easy wrong every single day for 50 years. And now Jack would honor that legacy, would develop these deposits the right way, would use the wealth to help others instead of hoarding it, would make sure that Morrison, Catherine, and everyone who'd suffered at Vance's hands was remembered and vindicated. The mountain was quiet now except for the wind through pine trees and the distant sound of helicopters ferrying evidence and witnesses to civilization. This place had been Morrison's fortress, his prison, his monument to stubbornness and duty and refusing to surrender. Now it would be something else, a memorial, a foundation, a lasting legacy that would help veterans fight the invisible wars that continued long after they came home. Sarah's phone buzzed, text from Montana Tech. Her geology professor had seen the news coverage, wanted to discuss fieldwork opportunities at the deposits. Media outlets were requesting interviews. Social media was exploding with the story of the rancher and his daughter who'd fought corporate mercenaries and won. "We're famous," Sarah said, half laughing, half horrified. "We're witnesses," Jack corrected. "Fame doesn't matter, justice matters, truth matters. Making sure this never happens to anyone else, that's what matters." Alina stood, brushed dust from her clothes, looked at the mountain that had claimed lives and revealed truth. "I need to go. The FBI will want extensive statements. My law firm will fire me within hours for turning on a major client. My career is probably over." "Your career protecting corrupt corporations is over," Sarah said. "But your career fighting for justice is just beginning. Morrison would want you to use what you learned to help people, not hurt them." "I don't know if I can face the Bar Association, explain my involvement, accept the professional consequences." "Marines face consequences all the time," Jack said. "It's part of the job. You do what's right, accept what comes after, keep moving forward." Morrison understood that. Now you will too. Alina nodded slowly, squared her shoulders, walked toward the FBI agents who'd be questioning her for hours about her relationship with Vance, her discovery of the truth, her decision to turn evidence against her employer. The consequences would be severe, but living with complicity in murder would have been worse. As darkness fell over Morrison's mountain, Jack and Sarah sat together watching stars emerge in the crystalline mountain air. Somewhere below, their failing ranch waited, bills that still needed paying, foreclosure that had only been delayed, not defeated, the real work of developing the mining claims, fighting legal battles, building the legacy Morrison had entrusted to them. But tonight, for the first time in 2 years, Jack felt at peace. He'd protected his daughter, honored his wife's memory, completed the mission a dead Marine had entrusted to him. The drinking, the failures, the guilt that had consumed him, all of it had led to this moment, this mountain, this stand against evil that had consumed lives for 50 years. "Mom would be proud," Sarah said softly. "Yeah, she would. You think Morrison's watching, somewhere? If there's an afterlife for stubborn Marines who never quit, he's definitely watching. Probably with your grandfather. Probably having a beer and talking about how they finally got justice after all these years." Sarah smiled. "Think they'll let me defend my thesis in geology while running a multi-million-dollar mining operation? I think you can do anything you put your mind to. You climbed a cliff face under fire. You documented evidence that took down a serial killer. Finishing college should be easy compared to that." They sat in comfortable silence, father and daughter, connected by blood and battle and the legacy of Marines who'd fought across generations to protect what mattered. Below them, the world waited. Court cases, media attention, business decisions, consequences both good and bad. But up here on Morrison's mountain, under stars that had watched 50 years of war finally end, Jack Dalton was exactly where he needed to be. Sober, purposeful, protecting his daughter, honoring the dead. Marines didn't quit. They endured, they adapted, they finished the mission. And tonight, finally, the mission was complete. 6 months after the firefight on Morrison's mountain, Jack Dalton stood in a federal courtroom in Denver watching Marcus Vance receive his sentence. Life in prison without possibility of parole on 6 counts of first-degree murder. Additional consecutive sentences for conspiracy, racketeering, bribery of public officials, and a dozen other charges that the prosecution had layered on until the total exceeded 300 years. Vance would die in prison. There was no other possible outcome once Morrison's evidence had gone public. The trial had been a media sensation that dominated news cycles for 3 months. Evidence so overwhelming that Vance's expensive legal team, 12 attorneys from 3 different white shoe firms, had tried 4 times to negotiate plea deals, each one rejected by federal prosecutors who wanted the full spectacle of justice for victims who'd waited decades for vindication. The lead prosecutor was a woman named Jennifer Watts, herself a Marine Corps veteran who'd served as a JAG officer before joining the Department of Justice. She'd taken the case personally, told the media that prosecuting a man who'd betrayed fellow veterans was the most important work of her career. Sarah had testified for 2 days, walking the jury through Morrison's evidence vault with the precision of the geologist she was training to become. She'd explained the systematic documentation, the cross-referenced files, the chain of custody logs that Morrison had maintained with military discipline. She'd shown the jury financial records proving payments to offshore accounts, each deposit of exactly $100,000 occurring within 2 weeks before a death Vance had needed arranged. She'd played audio recordings of Vance discussing permanent solutions to problems that turned out to be human beings with families and futures. The defense had tried to shake her on cross-examination, suggested she was motivated by money, by inheritance, by desire to eliminate competition for mineral rights. Sarah had looked the defense attorney in the eye and said something that ended up quoted in every major newspaper covering the trial. My mother, Catherine Dalton, was murdered because she asked questions about family history. She died researching her father-in-law so she could tell me about the grandfather I never met. Marcus Vance ordered her brake lines cut because curiosity threatened his plans. I don't want his money. I want justice for my mother. I want every other family who lost someone to know the truth. That's worth more than all the gemstones on Morrison's property. The courtroom had gone silent. Two jurors were crying openly. The judge had called recess early. The defense never tried to attack Sarah's credibility again. Alina had testified for 3 days, her legal expertise and former FBI training making her the prosecution's most devastating witness. She'd explained exactly how Vance had manipulated her over 6 years, building a relationship based on lies about her biological father, positioning her to provide legal cover for crimes she would have stopped if she'd known the truth. She'd walked the jury through Vance's corruption network, the systematic bribing of county officials, the creation of shell companies to hide money flows, the sophisticated legal frameworks designed to make theft look legitimate. But the most powerful moment of her testimony came when the prosecutor asked why she'd turned against her employer, risked her career, accepted the professional consequences of exposing crimes she'd unknowingly facilitated. Alina had pulled out Morrison's letter, the one he'd written to her years before his death, hoping someday she'd find her way to him. She'd read it aloud in court, her voice breaking on certain passages but pushing through with determination. Alina, if you're reading this, you've learned the truth about our connection. I'm sorry I gave you up. Sorry I wasn't strong enough to be your father when you needed me, but I watched you from a distance. Saw you graduate high school, saw you go to college, saw you become someone strong and smart and capable. I'm proud of you. I'm sorry I couldn't say it in person. Love, Dad. She'd folded the letter carefully, looked at the jury with tears streaming but voice steady. That's why I'm testifying. Because the father I never knew loved me enough to give me up to keep me safe. Because he spent his life protecting people who didn't know they needed protection. Because Marcus Vance used my ignorance about my own father to make me complicit in destroying his legacy. I'm here because truth matters more than my career. Justice matters more than my reputation. My father taught me that by example, even though I never met him. I'm not going to dishonor his sacrifice by staying silent. The defense had no questions for Alina. What could they ask that wouldn't make things worse? Jack had testified last, on the final day before closing arguments. The prosecutor had asked him one simple question. Why did you risk your life and your daughter's life for land you'd inherited from a stranger? His answer had been equally simple. Because Henry Morrison was a Marine who kept faith with my father for 50 years. Because my wife was murdered for asking questions about her family history. Because some missions don't end when the shooting stops. You finish what your brothers started, no matter how long it takes. The jury had deliberated for 90 minutes, guilty on all counts. The judge had shown no mercy at sentencing, citing the calculated nature of crimes spanning decades, the abuse of power and wealth to corrupt public institutions, the betrayal of fellow veterans who'd trusted Vance as a brother in arms. Now Vance stood in orange jumpsuit and chains, his silver hair shaved to prison regulation length, his distinguished bearing reduced to the shuffling gait of a man who knew he'd never leave custody alive. He looked at Jack as the marshals prepared to lead him away. No words, just a look that contained 50 years of obsession, finally ending in absolute defeat. Jack held his gaze, didn't gloat, didn't celebrate, just acknowledged the end of a war that had consumed too many lives and finally reached its conclusion. Vance had lost, Morrison had won. Justice, delayed by half a century, had finally arrived. Outside the courthouse, media crushed forward with cameras and microphones, and questions shouted over each other. Jack ignored them, pushed through toward where Sarah and Alina waited by a truck that was newer and more reliable than the one he'd driven 6 months ago, but still practical, still working vehicle rather than luxury. "How do you feel about the verdict, Mr. Dalton? What are your plans for the mineral deposits? Is it true you've been approached by multiple film studios about your story?" Jack stopped, turned to face the cameras, knew this moment would be replayed on news broadcasts for days. Might as well make it count. Henry Morrison spent 50 years protecting land he loved and evidence he hoped would bring justice someday. Today that hope was fulfilled. Marcus Vance will die in prison for the people he killed. That's not victory. That's just the end of injustice. Real victory is what we build next. The Morrison-Dalton Foundation will begin operations next month, using profits from sustainable mineral development to fund veteran mental health programs across Montana and Wyoming. We're breaking ground on the Morrison Center in 3 weeks, a residential treatment facility for veterans struggling with PTSD, addiction, and transition trauma. That's Morrison's real legacy. Not gemstones, not wealth. Helping brothers and sisters who served come home in ways that matter. He turned away from the cameras, climbed into the truck where Sarah was already reviewing architectural plans on her laptop. She'd deferred her MIT acceptance for a year, choosing instead to manage the geological surveys and environmental impact studies for the mining operations. Turned out a 19-year-old geology prodigy could command serious respect from industry professionals when she had $180 million in verified deposits backing her expertise. Alina sat in the back seat, no longer the polished corporate attorney. She'd been disbarred after her testimony revealed her unknowing participation in Vance's schemes, even though prosecutors and the Bar Association acknowledged she'd been manipulated. She could have fought the disbarment, probably won on appeal given the circumstances. Instead, she'd accepted it, enrolled in a master's program in forensic accounting, and now worked for the Morrison-Dalton Foundation, tracking down other victims of corporate crime who lacked resources to fight back. Different kind of law, more meaningful. 300 years, Alina said quietly. He'll never see daylight as a free man again. Good, Sarah didn't look up from her plans. He murdered 6 people, including my mother. He tried to kill my father and me. 300 years isn't enough, but it's what the law allows. Jack drove them back toward Montana, toward the mountain that had changed all their lives. The 6-hour journey gave him time to reflect on how much had transformed since that morning, when a lawyer had arrived with an inheritance that seemed like a curse. The ranch Catherine's family had built, the one Jack had been days from losing to foreclosure, was paid off now. Debt cleared, buildings repaired, new equipment purchased, but Jack didn't live there anymore. He'd hired a property manager, a young veteran named Michael Torres, son of the attorney Vance had murdered in 2018. Michael ran the cattle operation efficiently, lived in the ranch house with his wife and 2 kids, built the family life his father had been denied the chance to see. Jack paid him well above market rate and let him make all the decisions. The ranch was profitable for the first time in a decade. Jack lived on Morrison's property now, in a new cabin built near where the old one had stood. Not a fortress this time, just a home. 3 bedrooms for when Sarah visited from college, office space for foundation work, large kitchen where he hosted dinners for other veterans, men and women who'd served and struggled and needed community more than they needed therapy. Sometimes the best medicine was sitting around a table with people who understood, sharing stories in silence, and the knowledge that you weren't alone. He'd been sober for 6 months, 1 week and 3 days, the longest stretch since Catherine's death. The difference this time was purpose. He wasn't staying sober through willpower. He was staying sober because the foundation needed him functional. The veterans who came to his dinners needed him present. Sarah needed a father who showed up. The mission required clarity that alcohol destroyed. He attended AA meetings in the small town 40 miles from the property, the same town where Morrison had bought supplies for 50 years. The locals had treated Morrison with suspicion and distance, the crazy hermit who lived in the mountains and never talked to anyone. Now they treated Jack with respect bordering on reverence. The man who'd fought corporate mercenaries and won. The veteran who'd honored another veteran's legacy. The father who'd protected his daughter against impossible odds. Jack didn't want reverence. He just wanted to do the work, build something that mattered, make sure Morrison's sacrifice and Catherine's death weren't meaningless tragedies but foundations for something better. The Morrison Center broke ground 4 weeks after the trial, on a clear October day when the aspens had turned gold and the air carried the first hint of winter. 200 people attended the ceremony. Veterans from across the region, officials from the VA, mental health professionals who'd be staffing the facility, media covering the story of how mineral wealth was being transformed into healing. Sarah spoke first, reading from notes she'd prepared but delivering with the confidence of someone who'd testified in federal court and emerged stronger. Henry Morrison never met me, never knew I existed, but he protected me anyway, through protecting my grandfather, through protecting my mother, through protecting my father when we didn't even know we needed protection. He spent 50 years alone because he believed some things were worth sacrificing personal happiness to preserve. This center honors that sacrifice. It says that no veteran should have to fight their demons alone, that we take care of our own. That service to country doesn't end with discharge papers. It continues through our commitment to each other. Alina spoke next, voice steady despite the emotion Jack could see in her eyes. My father, Henry Morrison, gave me up when I was 2 years old because he loved me enough to know he couldn't raise me safely while fighting the battles he was fighting. He watched me from a distance my whole life, making sure I was okay but never making contact because contact would put me at risk. That kind of love, that kind of sacrifice, deserves to be honored by building something he would have been proud of. This center will help veterans heal, help them reconnect with family, help them find purpose after trauma. That's the legacy my father wanted. That's what we're building in his name. Jack spoke last, keeping it brief because long speeches weren't his strength. Morrison was a Marine. Marines don't quit. They adapt, they endure, they complete the mission no matter what it costs. His mission was protecting people who didn't know they needed protection. Our mission is continuing that work. Every veteran who gets help at this center, that's Morrison's mission continuing. Every family that stays together because someone got treatment before PTSD destroyed them, that's Morrison succeeding again. We're not building a monument to one man. We're building a living legacy that will help thousands. Semper Fi, Gunny Morrison. Mission continues. The construction took 8 months of careful work. Jack visited the site every week, sometimes twice a week when critical decisions needed to be made. He watched foundation being poured into Montana earth, watched walls rise from concrete and steel and lumber harvested from sustainable sources, watched empty spaces transform into treatment rooms designed by architects who specialized in trauma-informed environments, residential units that felt like homes rather than hospital rooms, therapy spaces with mountain views that research showed aided healing, community areas designed to encourage connection while respecting the need for solitude that many veterans carried. Sarah consulted on every major decision, her geology background helping optimize the building's integration with natural landscape. She insisted on geothermal heating and cooling, using the Earth's constant temperature to minimize environmental impact. She designed water collection and filtration systems that made the center nearly self-sufficient. She worked with environmental engineers to ensure construction disturbed as little of Morrison's beloved wilderness as possible. The building emerged from the landscape rather than dominating it. Morrison's philosophy of respecting nature translated into architecture. They hired staff carefully, interviewing dozens of candidates for every position. Director was Dr. Rebecca Walsh, retired Navy psychiatrist who'd spent 20 years treating SEAL team members for combat trauma. She'd lost a son to suicide after his third deployment, understood personally what happened when treatment came too late or not at all. Lead therapist was Dr. Maria Santos, Army combat medic who'd served 3 tours in Iraq, came home with PTSD so severe she couldn't leave her apartment for 6 months, fought her way through treatment, and earned her doctorate in clinical psychology with focus on veteran trauma. The support staff were mostly veterans themselves, people who understood from inside what residents would be experiencing, who could spot warning signs because they'd lived through the same struggles. The Morrison Center opened on May 15, 2026, exactly 1 year after the firefight that had ended Vance's 50-year reign of terror. 50 residential beds, each one sponsored by donations from people who'd heard Morrison's story and wanted to help. Outpatient services for 100 more veterans, therapy and support groups and skill-building programs. Sliding scale fees based on ability to pay, with the foundation covering full costs for those who couldn't afford anything. No one turned away due to finances, ever. That was non-negotiable. The first resident was David Fletcher, Marine Corps veteran who'd served 3 tours in Afghanistan and come home to find civilian life incomprehensible. He'd been living in his car for 8 months, parking in different Walmart lots to avoid being hassled by police. Drinking to blackout every night, the only way he could sleep without nightmares that felt more real than daylight. Pushing away his wife and 2 kids because he couldn't explain what was wrong and didn't think he deserved their love after the things he'd done and seen. Sheriff Cruz had found him one night, passed out in the Walmart parking lot with an empty bottle of vodka and a loaded pistol on the passenger seat. Cruz hadn't arrested him, hadn't lectured him, had just said, "I know a place that helps Marines. Want to go check it out?" Fletcher had been so drunk he'd barely processed the question. But Cruz had driven him straight to the Morrison Center, stayed with him through intake, called Fletcher's wife to let her know he was safe, sat with him through the first terrible days of withdrawal when every cell in his body screamed for alcohol, and his mind replayed every horror from 3 deployments on endless loop. Jack met with Fletcher privately after the first week, when the physical withdrawal had passed, but the psychological battle was just beginning. They sat in the office that overlooked Morrison's mountain, the place where men had died and truth had been preserved. "Why are you doing this?" Fletcher had asked, his voice rough from disuse and emotion. "The center, the foundation, the free treatment, you're rich now. You could be living anywhere doing anything. Private island, fancy cars, whatever rich people do with money. Why spend it on broke veterans nobody else wants to deal with? Why give a shit about people like me?" Jack had thought about the question, about all the paths that had led to this moment. Morrison dying alone. Catherine murdered for asking questions. 2 years drowning in bottles that never made the pain stop. Sarah having to be stronger than any 19-year-old should need to be. Because a Marine I never met spent 50 years protecting my family. Because my wife died trying to understand that protection. Because I spent 2 years after her death so drunk I couldn't see straight, convinced I didn't deserve to live when she didn't. Because my daughter had to watch her father fall apart and somehow held us both together through force of will. Because I know what it's like to be broken and convinced recovery is impossible. Jack had leaned forward, made sure Fletcher was looking him in the eye. "You're here because Morrison believed some people are worth saving even when they don't believe it themselves, even when they're living in cars and drinking themselves to death and pushing away everyone who loves them. I'm here for the same reason. We don't quit on our brothers. That's the deal. That's what being a Marine means. You show up. You do the work. You let people help you. Morrison showed up for 50 years protecting people who didn't know he existed. You can show up for 8 weeks of treatment. After that, we'll figure out the next step together. Fletcher's eyes had filled with tears he was too proud or too broken to let fall. His hands shook on the armrests of his chair. I don't know if I can be fixed. I don't know if there's enough left of me to save. You don't have to know, that's not your job. Your job is showing up tomorrow morning for group therapy, then showing up the day after that, then the day after that. 1 day at a time. Sometimes 1 hour at a time. We'll do the believing for you until you can believe in yourself again. That's what this place is for. Fletcher had completed the program. 90 days residential treatment followed by 6 months of intensive outpatient therapy. Reconciled with his wife Angela and their 2 kids, ages 6 and 8, who'd been staying with Angela's parents because Fletcher had been too unstable to be around children. Got a job doing trail maintenance for the National Forest Service, work that kept him outside in the mountains that helped him breathe, physical labor that exhausted his body so his mind could rest. Attended AA meetings 3 times a week. Same meetings Jack attended, sitting in circles of folding chairs in church basements and community centers, where veterans who'd served different wars told similar stories of losing themselves and fighting to come back. 18 months after entering the Morrison Center, Fletcher was sober, employed, living with his family in a small house they'd rented near the Forest Service station. He'd started sponsoring other veterans through AA, helping them walk the same path to recovery he'd traveled. He coached his son's little league team. He helped his daughter with homework. He did ordinary things that felt miraculous after 8 months of living in a car, convinced he was going to die alone and unmissed. That was the mission. 1 veteran at a time. 1 family saved from destruction. 1 life rebuilt from ruins. Morrison's legacy multiplying through every person helped, every family kept together, every veteran who found a reason to keep fighting. Sarah started at MIT the following fall, double majoring in geology and environmental science. She came home for holidays and summers, spending her breaks working on sustainable mining operations that were now extracting gems and platinum with environmental impact studies and tribal consultations, and every regulation followed to the letter. The deposits Morrison and Vance had discovered were even richer than initial surveys suggested. Total estimated value had climbed to $230 million, more than enough to fund the foundation in perpetuity, while still providing significant income for Jack and Sarah and Alina. None of them lived extravagantly. Jack's cabin was comfortable but simple. Sarah's college expenses were covered, but she still worked part-time jobs because she wanted to. Alina rented a modest apartment in Billings and drove a 10-year-old sedan. The money was a tool for mission accomplishment, not an end in itself. On the 2nd anniversary of the firefight, Jack hiked to Site 8 alone, the cave where Morrison had hidden his evidence vault. FBI had removed everything for trials and evidence preservation, but the vault door remained, monument to one man's determination to preserve truth. Jack sat at the cave entrance looking out at the view Morrison must have seen hundreds of times. Granite peaks, pine forests, wilderness stretching to horizons unmarked by human construction. Beautiful, peaceful, the kind of place that healed if you let it. He'd brought letters, 3 of them, 1 addressed to Morrison, 1 to Catherine, 1 to his father Tom Dalton, dead 30 years but still present in the legacy he'd created by saving Morrison's life. He read them aloud, his voice echoing off stone that had witnessed violence and sacrifice and ultimate triumph. Morrison, I never met you, never shook your hand or heard your voice or looked you in the eye, but I know you better than most people I served with for years. You were stubborn, paranoid, isolated, broken by war in ways that never healed, but you were also loyal, committed, willing to sacrifice everything to protect people you loved. You spent 50 years alone on this mountain fighting a war nobody knew about. You won. Vance is in prison. Your evidence destroyed him. The people he killed are vindicated. The family you protected from a distance is thriving. Sarah's at MIT studying to continue your geological legacy the right way. Alina's helping victims fight back against corporate criminals. I'm sober, purposeful, leading instead of following. We're building something that would make you proud. Mission accomplished, Gunny. You can rest now. He folded Morrison's letter, tucked it under a rock where wind wouldn't take it. Catherine, I'm sorry. Sorry I was drunk when you needed me. Sorry I spent 2 years drowning instead of investigating your death. Sorry our last conversation was a fight about money and failure and all the ways I let you down. But I'm not that man anymore. Sarah's safe. She's strong. She's brilliant and driven and everything you raised her to be. She knows you died protecting her legacy, giving her the knowledge of family history that made all this possible. Alina's family now. Your daughter has a cousin who's as fierce and smart as she is. The ranch is secure. The foundation helps people. I'm sober. I'm healing. I'm becoming the man you believed I could be when you married me 20 years ago. I love you. I miss you. I promise I'll make the rest of my life worthy of the sacrifice you made. Catherine's letter joined Morrison's under the rock. Dad, I wish you told me about Morrison, about Key San, about saving his life and carrying him 300 yards through enemy fire while you bled from shrapnel wounds. I would have understood you better if I'd known. But I get it now. Some things are too hard to talk about. Some brotherhood runs too deep for words. You saved Morrison's life in 1968. He spent 50 years protecting your family because of it. That kind of loyalty, that kind of commitment to brothers in arms, that's what you taught me even without words. I'm living that now, taking care of veterans, honoring Morrison's legacy, making sure the sacrifice means something. I hope I'm making you proud wherever you are. Semper Fi, Dad. The mission continues. The last letter joined the others. 3 pieces of paper representing 3 lives connected across time and distance by choices made in moments of crisis. Jack sat in silence, watching the sun move across the sky, feeling the mountain's presence like Morrison's ghost standing guard. He'd come to this place 6 months ago expecting nothing but trouble. He'd found purpose, family, redemption, a reason to stay sober and present and engaged with life instead of hiding from it. His phone buzzed, text from Sarah. Dad, you need to see this. CNN is doing a feature on the Morrison Center. They're calling it a model for veteran care nationwide. Morrison's story is going national. Another text from Alina. Montana Bar Association reached out. They want to discuss reinstatement based on my work with the foundation and victims advocacy. Apparently turning on your corrupt employer to expose serial murder counts as ethical conduct worth rewarding. A third text from Sheriff Cruz. Fletcher just got hired as the new trail crew supervisor for Absaroka National Forest, directly supervising 5 employees, from homeless and suicidal to leadership in 2 years. This is what Morrison's legacy looks like in action. Jack read the messages, felt something warm in his chest that had been cold for too long. Pride, maybe, or satisfaction, or just the knowledge that work well done created ripples that spread farther than you could see. He stood, took one last look at the cave where truth had waited 50 years for discovery, then started the hike down to his truck. He had work to do. Foundation board meeting tomorrow. 3 new residents arriving at the center this week. AA meeting tomorrow night where he was sponsoring 2 veterans through early sobriety. Sarah coming home for Thanksgiving in 2 weeks. Alina joining them for dinner, first family holiday since she discovered Morrison was her father. Life, purpose, mission, family. All the things he'd lost after Catherine's death, found again through an inheritance from a stranger who turned out to be a brother protecting from beyond the grave. 2 months later, on a cold December morning, Jack received a call from the FBI. They'd found something during final evidence processing. An item Morrison had left in the vault with specific instructions that it only be delivered after Vance's conviction became final with all appeals exhausted. A video recording. Morrison speaking directly to camera, recorded 1 week before his death in the same cabin where Jack now lived. Jack, Sarah, and Alina gathered in Jack's living room to watch it together. The FBI agent who delivered it had explained that Morrison had left specific instructions with his attorney, a different attorney than the one Vance had killed, someone in a different state who Vance couldn't reach. The video was only to be delivered after Vance's conviction became final with all appeals exhausted. Morrison had wanted them to know the truth about why he'd done everything, but only after the mission was complete. Morrison appeared on screen, and all three of them drew breath. Sarah had never seen him except in old photographs. Alina had never known her father was alive until after his death. Jack had inherited from a stranger whose face he'd never seen. Now here he was, thin and frail from emphysema, oxygen cannula in his nose delivering air his damaged lungs couldn't process efficiently, but eyes sharp and voice steady with the determination of a Marine who'd never quit on anything in his life. If you're watching this, everything worked. Morrison's voice was gravelly, damaged by decades of dusty mining work without proper respiratory protection, but still carrying authority. The evidence was found. The truth came out. Vance was convicted and sentenced. Justice finally happened after 50 years of waiting and fighting and refusing to surrender. I didn't live to see it happen. I'm probably dead by the time you watch this. But I knew it would happen because I know Marines. We finish the mission. We protect our own. We don't quit even when quitting would be easier than the fight. Morrison paused, gathering strength for what came next. Each breath was visible effort, his chest rising and falling with exaggerated motion as damaged lungs struggled to provide oxygen. Jack Dalton, you don't know me, but I know you. I've watched you from a distance since the day you were born. Your father Tom called me from the hospital in 1972, said he had a son, said he wanted me to know because we were brothers and brothers share everything important. I was already living in these mountains by then, already isolated and broken and convinced I couldn't be around people safely. But I watched you anyway, watched you grow up from a distance. Watched you play Little League baseball, watched you graduate high school third in your class, watched you join the Marines like your father and serve with the same honor and courage he showed. Morrison's expression showed pain that wasn't physical. I watched you struggle after you came home from war, watched you try to build a civilian life with the PTSD demons chasing you, watched you marry Catherine and have Sarah and try to be the man your family needed, watched you start drinking after Catherine's death, watched you fall apart, convinced you'd failed everyone who mattered. I wanted to help, wanted to reach out, but I was afraid that contact would make you a target for Vance. Afraid that my presence in your life would put you in danger. So I stayed in the shadows and watched and waited for the right time to act. The old Marine's voice cracked. I'm sorry I couldn't stop Catherine's murder. Sorry I couldn't protect her the way I protected others over the years. She contacted me through county records, asking questions about your father and his service with me. I sent her a letter warning her to stop, told her that asking questions would attract dangerous attention. She didn't stop. She was brave and curious and determined to give Sarah answers about her grandfather's legacy. Vance had her killed for that curiosity, that courage. Her death wasn't your fault, Jack. It was mine for not doing more to stop Vance decades earlier. And it was Vance's for being a monster who killed anyone who threatened his plans. Morrison took several breaths, oxygen hissing through the cannula. You're probably wondering why I left everything to you instead of selling the deposits and giving the money to charity or some other option that wouldn't put you in danger. Simple answer: debt. Your father saved my life at Khe Sanh in March 1968. We were pinned down by North Vietnamese machine gun fire. Our position was being overrun. Everyone around me was dead or dying. I'd taken bullets to both legs, couldn't walk, couldn't even crawl. Your father, Tom Dalton, was supposed to be extracting with the rest of the unit. Instead, he ran back through enemy fire to pull me to safety. He took shrapnel meant for me, pieces of metal that tore through his back and shoulder and should have killed him. He carried me 300 yards to the extraction point while I bled out and he bled out, and neither of us should have survived. He saved my life that day. Gave me 40 more years I wouldn't have had. The camera angle shifted slightly. Morrison must have adjusted it with shaking hands. I owed him everything. When he died in 1995, cancer at age 50, I'd never repaid that debt. Never even thanked him properly because I was too broken and isolated to maintain human relationships. So the debt transferred to you. This inheritance isn't charity. It's not random generosity. It's payment for a debt 50 years overdue. Your father gave me decades I wouldn't have had. I'm giving you resources to build the life you deserve, the life Catherine would have wanted for you and Sarah. Morrison looked directly at the camera, directly at Jack's eyes through time and distance. But more than that, I'm giving you purpose. The gemstones and metals are just money, pieces of rock that happen to be valuable because humans decided they're beautiful or useful. The real inheritance is the mission. Use the wealth to help veterans who are fighting the same battles I fought. Build programs that give them what I never had, community and support and treatment that actually works. Make sure no veteran dies alone and broken like I'm dying now. Make sure families don't get destroyed by PTSD and addiction and the invisible wounds that never stop bleeding. That's the mission. That's what your father would have wanted. That's what I'm trusting you to do. The camera angle shifted again. Morrison adjusting it so Alina could see him better, see the father she'd never known. Alina Morrison Drake, my daughter. Morrison's voice broke completely, tears visible on his weathered face. I'm sorry. Sorry I gave you up when your mother died. Sorry I wasn't strong enough to be your father when you needed me. Sorry I watched you from a distance for 30 years instead of being in your life, holding you when you cried, celebrating your achievements, being present for all the moments fathers are supposed to share with daughters. He wiped his eyes with shaking hands. I told myself it was for your protection. That Vance would use you against me if he knew you existed. That you were safer with adoptive parents who could give you normal life, stable home, everything I couldn't provide. That was true, but it was also cowardice. I was afraid of failing you. Afraid you'd see how broken I was and be ashamed of me. Afraid I'd damage you the way war had damaged me. Easier to stay away and watch from distance than risk being in your life and hurting you. Morrison pulled out a photo, held it to the camera. Alina as a child, maybe 8 years old, school photo with missing front teeth and bright smile. But I was proud of you. Every achievement, every success. When you graduated from high school valedictorian, I was in the parking lot, watching through binoculars because I couldn't risk being recognized. When you graduated from Georgetown Law, I was there in the crowd, back row, wearing sunglasses and a hat, watching you walk across that stage and thinking my daughter is brilliant and strong, and everything I hoped she'd be. When you made FBI Evidence Response Team, I read every article about your cases, felt pride that my daughter was using her intelligence to serve justice. When you went into private practice, I worried you were too talented to waste on corporate work, but I trusted you'd find your way eventually. And you did. You found the truth. You chose justice over career and reputation. You became exactly the kind of person I hoped you'd be, even though I couldn't be there to guide you. Morrison's voice dropped to barely above whisper. I love you, Alina. I've loved you every day since you were born. I wish I'd been brave enough to say it in person. Wish I'd been strong enough to be your father instead of just watching from shadows. But I was broken in ways that never healed, and I did what I thought would protect you best. I hope you can forgive me someday. I hope you can understand that staying away was my way of loving you when I couldn't love you the right way." Sarah was crying openly now. Alina sat rigid, tears streaming but expression controlled. Morrison turned his attention to Sarah, though he'd never met her and wouldn't have known what she looked like. "To Tom Dalton's granddaughter, whoever you are, you're watching this, which means you helped your father complete the mission. Thank you. Your grandfather was the best man I knew. He saved my life and never asked for anything in return. That kind of selfless service deserves to be honored across generations. Tell your children about him. Tell them about the kind of man who runs into enemy fire to save a brother. Make sure that legacy lives on." Morrison sat back, exhausted by the effort of recording. "Final thought, legacy isn't what you leave behind when you die. It's what keeps living because you chose to build something that mattered more than yourself. I'm leaving money, yes, but more importantly, I'm leaving evidence that destroyed evil. I'm leaving family that didn't know they were connected. I'm leaving a mission that will help thousands. That's legacy. That's what I'm proud of, not the gemstones I collected, the lives I protected and the truth I preserved." He raised his hand in salute, the gesture shaky but unmistakable. "Semper Fidelis, always faithful to the mission, always faithful to the brothers who served, always faithful to the family we protect. Mission complete. Morrison out." The screen went black. They sat in silence for a long time. Three people connected by blood and sacrifice, and the stubborn determination of a Marine who'd refused to let death or distance or 50 years of isolation stop him from keeping faith with a brother who'd saved his life. Finally, Sarah spoke. "We're keeping his legacy alive. The center, the foundation, the sustainable mining, everything he wanted we're building. That's what matters." Alina nodded. "I spent 6 years working for the man who killed people my father cared about. The rest of my life won't be enough to make up for that. But I'm going to try. Every victim we help, every case we win, that's my father's justice continuing." Jack stood, walked to the window that looked out on Morrison's mountain. Snow was falling, the first serious storm of winter, turning the landscape into something pristine and untouched, like the mountain was being reborn, like everything was getting a fresh start. Marines don't measure success by what they accomplish. They measure it by whether they completed the mission they were given. Morrison's mission was protecting family and preserving truth. We completed it. My mission now is making sure that completion means something permanent, building something that lasts. That's how we honor him. That's how we honor everyone who sacrificed." Sarah joined him at the window, her reflection visible in the glass beside his. "Mom would be proud of what we've built." "Yeah, she would." Alina stood beside them, three people looking at a mountain that had witnessed violence and sacrifice and ultimate triumph. Family forged not by blood alone, but by shared mission and common purpose, and refusal to let evil win. Outside, snow continued falling. The Morrison Center was lit up in the distance, warm lights indicating people inside working on healing, veterans finding community, families staying together, lives being rebuilt one day at a time. Somewhere in a federal prison, Marcus Vance was serving the first months of a life sentence that would end only with his death. His empire dissolved, his wealth seized, his name synonymous with corporate evil and betrayed brotherhood. Somewhere in Montana Earth, Catherine Dalton rested beside Tom Dalton and the other victims of Vance's 50-year crime spree. Finally vindicated, finally acknowledged, finally receiving the justice they deserved. Somewhere in that same Earth, Henry Morrison's ashes were scattered on the mountain he'd loved and protected. Mission complete, legacy secure, faith kept with brothers across generations. And here, in a cabin built on land Morrison had defended for half a century, three people who'd been strangers 6 months ago stood together as family, bound by sacrifice, united by purpose, committed to ensuring that the deaths and struggles and lonely years of fighting meant something more than just survival. Jack Dalton was 52 years old, sober for 1 year, and finally at peace with the man he'd become. Not the drunk who'd failed his wife, not the broken veteran who couldn't adapt to civilian life. The man who'd completed an impossible mission and built something lasting from the ruins of tragedy. Marines don't quit, they endure, they adapt, they finish the mission. And sometimes, if they're lucky and stubborn and faithful to their brothers, they find redemption in places they never expected, on mountains they never knew existed, through family they never knew they had, by completing missions that started before they were born. The snow fell, the lights burned, the mission continued. Semper Fidelis, always faithful. Always.